Recording again, uploading file, talking about atheism now, I guess. But I just skipped like an hour of metaphors and thinking about shit. Yeah. Um, oh, wow. Maybe that's why you've never heard of him. That's a sad place to open this up to. Yeah. This bullshit. Why would you deny? Now it sounds like someone drove away. Yeah, they definitely just like blew something up in my brain though doing that. Like bang, 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 silence, boom, thump, boom, silence. Like, what is the fucking joke? Oh, isn't it great that that doesn't show up when you fucking record stuff? The fucking microphones don't pick it up. Is that's supposed to be the joke? That's why you don't even bother. Like, yeah, they just spent years using me to perfect like fucked up ways to screw with people. Oh my god, the point of this was like no one talks about atheism, no one talks about atheists. Yeah, wonder what how the Handmaid's Tale was different. They shot Solomon Rushdie. Wanting to look up did Kurt Vonnegut coin humanist. Used for centuries, but was a prominent vocal advocate, was honorary president of the association till he died. Tried to behave decently without expectations of rewards or punishments. Yeah, I thought he also helped write they call it the Humanist Manifesto. It kind of has an unfortunate, because every time you hear the term manifesto, it usually has like a negative connotation to it. Yeah, I was talking about, um, the sparking the fight or flight response in somebody, and like it's yeah, I think that's a good metaphor. Like you punch somebody in the face and they're bleeding, and then you're getting them in trouble for bleeding. Like when you punched them in the face, they have just a natural fucking reaction. Or like you put someone in a certain amount of stress, and then they go look at this definitely said January 6th. Now it says January 13th of when they'll like continue updating the data. And like you're just so stressed out that your brain is looking for meaning. I want to say even atheists do that. And in this story, they lived on 34th in Portland. Like, which they had gone out of their way in the article I read to. Is it not going to say it on this one? Because it was totally like the first sentence. I need the same article that I read. Oh. I don't know who published it. Yeah. But yeah, it doesn't matter your religion, it doesn't matter your. It was CBS. Wasn't that CBS? I have a photo. It was like the first sentence. This is from January 7th, 3:12 p.m. when I read. So yeah, it was just a different update of the same story. And now you could continue to extrapolate and be like, the news knows that you're in here. You know, someone's really going to evict you and throw you out on the street. But someone's been specifically fucking with you in like such a. And then, oh my god, you sound like such. You do sound a bit. Instead of focusing on the fact that the. Well, I am focusing on that too. I said if there was something you could relate it to immediately, was Kendra James. I think there was also a story the other day about someone, like a vehicle, and them shooting at the vehicle when they were trying to get away. But they didn't kill them. Now they killed somebody. But Kendra James was just trying to get away. And I mean, what's really the problem with just let them drive away? You got their license plate. You know where they live. I mean, they're nowhere for them to really go. You just didn't want to wait and it takes up time or something. Like you'd rather they died. That's fucked up. They definitely didn't deserve to die because you scared them so bad. They had a fight or flight response and their brain chose flight. Moved into the driver's seat and tried to drive away. She just wanted to fucking leave, it sounds like, too. She wasn't even like. There's that sound again. So, like, they keep doing this thing where it's like someone drove away and then somebody, like, did not. Like, I mean, outside in real time at where I live. Yeah, my microphone is set up to pick up my voice. It would sound like shit if it didn't. The computer doesn't pick up. The computer microphone isn't as good as the actual microphone. Like, there would be no real stream to. You can't hear anything if I fuck with the microphone. The indoor camera doesn't pick up all the sounds, and it doesn't pick them up like the way that it felt. Often. Like, yeah, especially those low sounds. And it's just like, been years of trying to almost like prove they're fucking with me, and it's wasting my time. Well, there are things that I have proved that were like a easier way to explain it, and then there are things that are like really hard to prove. I just feel like I'm being experimented on, and I have to keep trying to like say something because they're gonna keep doing this shit to people. The no authority ever like noticed this enough to stop them themselves is they decided to retaliate. Then they decided to say fuck you civilian. oh yeah, have somebody explain it to me, but like watch me die at the same time. That makes total sense. Like, I think everything happening to me must be based on like a mistake, like a fallacy. Like somebody just thought, like, coming from you, it would mean something different than if it was coming from them, whoever the fuck they are. They couldn't explain this themselves, and that, like, trying to make you say it, whether or not that really is like, I don't know anybody in the world from any, like, somehow me saying it mattered. Different than somebody else saying it. Like, I have not had that experience. Like, yeah, I got the point. You have someone really sexy say some stuff, or people think that they're rich, you know, like, and then that's that adherence to power. They think they have a little bit of power because by extension, someone else has some kind of power, and they, if they don't check themselves about it, they'll fall victim to this, like, extension of power thing. And listen to someone who could be awful, actually, but they, well, they thought this guy's successful. That's something that happens to somebody. Maybe they'll pick up some tips by listening. Like somebody like Trump was like the original. Well, I don't want to say the original. In my lifetime, that was the character, and that's what they represented back in like 2016. Like, oh, people like him because they think they could be rich someday too. And that's why they liked The Apprentice. Not just rich, but like untouchable or something. He could say whatever the, like Archie Bunker became a millionaire. And that was some kind of image of power to some people and an image of repulsion to others. And all that shit, yeah, being Archie Bunker was attractive to people that want to be able to say whatever they want. They feel like they have to, something is in them to say these things. Like, I feel like it's like instilling a virus that other, maybe it's not right to say generations, but like other people don't have the same, like, they have an aversion. They have learned an aversion. They would never want to say this stuff. It's not cute. It's not funny. It's not what intelligent people would say. It's like bigotry. If they need to make an argument about somebody fucking them over, it's a totally different, like, and it's that individual fucked them over. They would not use big slurs and generalizations and, like, call entire groups of people stuff. That's like something other people do or whatever. And then they need like an outlet because that's something that's been in them. And that's why they liked Trump. Like, they felt like it gave them permission to just be this essentially like bigoted person with wrapped up in bad ideas. But they didn't have to clock themselves. And yet, maybe it comes from the family. Maybe the world they grew up in. All these, like, kind of reasons, excuses, like, what was said in their household, what was said in their school, what was said at work, what was said at their club with whatever the fuck, like. And so there's some sad sense of belonging. You know, they're in the Archie Bunker Club. Yeah, that character is so, like, perfectly. It's really, yeah, everything coming back to Robert Reiner again, like, is just, is a lot at the moment. But, yeah, what a nightmare. Well, separating that from the character, you know, the character remains is like, do people really not know who Archie Bunker is? Someday they might not. The bigoted but lovable. Right. Maybe this is both a nightmare. Right, like, you want someone that illustrates a point, but then when they become somebody's hero, it's like, yeah, like wanting to be Voldemort. That wasn't how you were supposed to feel about this character. Prove you're just as human as me, do something rotten. Oh my god, like. You are not supposed to want to be Archie Bunker. And it's like a whole bunch of people figured that, and somehow, like, I was removed from something that would have been more like whatever the fuck this was. Yeah, I got called N-word knees when I was a kid. People talking about me being Jewish, like turning on the oven, opening the door, holding me by the racks, and saying "Burn the Jew, burn the Jew," as a joke. Like, I was taken away from that. Nightmare. Yeah, and placed in a different kind, a seventh heaven nightmare that, like, is its own different TV show. But whatever the fuck Trump is, he was definitely some extension of Archie Bunker. Like, Archie Bunker living in seventh heavens. Jesus camp type. Well, that's the image of, like, Trump in the Bible. How much of this shit made no sense. Yeah, sometimes I want to say, like, this guy knows he's playing a character. You can't be playing a character and bomb Venezuela. You can't be playing a character. So that's where it's like, no, there's something wrong, beyond wrong. Yeah, my first instinct was honestly that Maduro was like an instilled. You didn't kidnap him, you rescued him. Yeah, history of United States installing a leader in another country. Right, you can't blame American people for this. That's another one of those like this isn't like Americans' fault. You don't control what the fuck the CIA does. Like there's no voting, there's no you don't know who the fuck they are. Like it's definitely not your fault. Noise again. Is my microphone off? No. Why don't you record them? Because I think they wanted you to. Which means that they're like going to deliberately show what they wanted to be seen in that recording. Whatever the fuck it is. Like, it's a setup. Yeah, let's write Antifa on the side of the car. Or something. You know, let's write Black Lives Matter on the side of the car and then harass her all day. Yeah, it's attempt to blame somebody else. Interfering with other nations' right, then it all feels like this is just a test to see if you remember the stuff people said. Because they said it, and they said it at length. They said it, like, a lot. And that's why I even have any awareness at all. We didn't learn this in high school. This was not part of my, like, history class. It was, like, in the air. You learned it by just, like, hearing people have conversations and paying attention. Like, it wasn't even, like, a direct conversation. Like, here's all the times the US did fucked up stuff. Like, yeah, you can't even really pinpoint a direct source where you first learned that the US installed. Maybe it was the Bay of Pigs thing. Or was doing something in somebody else's country and. Yeah, it was the settle yeah, but before 2020, before like yeah, I just see memes all day. It's just like social media. I can't like yeah, source out. Here's a fun fact. I wasn't watching Democracy Now every day. It wasn't like I only started being part of the DSA after 2020. It was like even like 2022 I got a lifetime part of the DSA. I don't know, like I got a lifetime membership. And frank, they don't respond to me when I ask for help. So yeah, I worry they get like they got taken over or they're being blocked from seeing my emails or something. Like no one has reached out and said, "Oh, it sounds like you're being fucked with in your home. That's not right. We're going to set you up with one of our lawyers." Like I don't know. That is what you think. We're going to help you somehow. No. Um, this isn't even necessarily what it. Yeah, I guess the coup against the president in Chile. I thought there was definitely more than that, though. Like, yeah, it just became an instinct, not. I don't know. I could be wrong. It's like you learn enough history and you. There goes the sound again. I know, just like, oh my god, stop it. Yeah, I'm sitting like alone in the dark. I can't turn the lights on in my fucking like like are you kidding me like. Yeah, very much. Nothing can be changed unless it is faced, and it's not going to be faced if you don't tell the truth about it. Like that's what facing something is. Yeah, just a head full of quotes. Very funny. Well, whatever. Like I don't think it's wrong. It's a true statement. The absurdity of destroying someone's life because of the music that they ever heard. What are you trying to say, that that's what it's like to have people that learned Archie Bunker was cool? Oh, please. Yeah, interpretive song lyrics is not the same thing as, like, well, yeah, I would have had to listen to that song 30,000 times to pick up that there was something like. Are they suggesting they're hurting people with carbon monoxide? I mean, you can't even say that from the song itself. It's like your own interpretation, man. I don't know what the fucking song is about. It followed the memory and the. Yeah, sorry, the memory, the melody and the lyrical connection to the rhythm and. What is the song Carbon Monoxide about? That's what's coming to mind. Oh, planning their suicide. I just learned that Sylvia Plath was racist. I thought she was Jewish, and apparently, when she talks about being Jewish, it was like a anti-Semitic thing. That she wasn't Jewish herself. I just learned that like 2 days ago. Are you sure that's what the song is about? Someone decided it was, and then the AI picked it up. Yeah. If I don't got my socks on right, they slide it off my feet. I'm so cool, I'm so cool. They'll just say we're being lazy. Sex crazed, sex crazy. Our whole life in bed. That's kind of a John Lennon lyric, isn't it? Na na, whole life in bed. Yeah, na 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 na. Lady Madonna. Is it Lady Madonna or? Or it's no, they're gonna crucify me. It was a different song. It was just a John Lennon song. Um, the Ballad of John and Yoko. Say what you doing in bed. That. I mean, that's what it reminds me of. That doesn't mean that's what she meant to like. And now that you just explained that the song is supposed to be about two lovers, it gets a little bit. Talking in our beds for a week. Yeah, people deliberately trying to make you live something that they already understood as a joke. Like, oh, you want to say you're like John Lennon? We have to give you a Yoko Ono. And, like, they just make, like, weird jokes out of people's lives. It's hard to explain because I don't have, like, the... It's just mean. Yeah, it's like... I wouldn't devote so much energy to being so mean. Yeah, again, I love Regina Spektor. And I love John Lennon. Like, he was my favorite Beatle. Like, these were people I see as, like, good guys. So, somebody deliberately trying to make you think of this fucking song, like, why? It means something else to you, I guess, that I just don't get. Meanwhile, yeah, I'm talking about Archie Bunker. You think it's someone that thought Archie Bunker was cool and they're mad about it, so they want you to fuck with Regina Spektor. Like, yeah, what? Communication breaks down. Communication in the sense of, like, I mean, if you're deliberately trying to misunderstand me, you're deliberately trying to, like, create something that fits into a story you wanted to tell. And it's so it's you never get to the truth of anything. And have to you take everything somebody's like a nuanced life and you turn it into big sweeping like sure, that is a good way to put it. Like it's not a matter of like very specific people with very specific names fucking with you. It has to be like an administration that covers like a lot of people that you never met who have no idea what the fuck is going on so that they can all feel like they're part of a goddamn war and on a team and now it's about their team and they get all tribalistic about it like my team versus your team instead of like it's these 7 fucking people with their fucking names. No, you had no idea what was going on. You're just a goddamn pawn. Like, and pretending even that like all of the country sweeps around based on who the fucking president is. No. You end up just being like fucked with for 4 years and then you'll have somebody that represents you better and you feel a little less fucked with even if you're still being fucked with. And then it just like switches around like that and either way you're just like, you know, shut up, go to work status. You don't really control fucking anything. Yeah, I don't think it's good to be told to shut up and go to work. I'm saying it like that's fucked up. I kind of want to watch him just because I feel so sad. Like, but I mean, come on, Laura. Yeah, that's its own sadness. You watch these people every day for 2 years almost. Kind of like felt like you were part of something because you watched them. That's a good metaphor because that little thing that said they were alive popped up. And they don't know you. It is like the same thing with presidents and administrations, no matter who they are. Like, you're gonna watch them every day. They don't know you. You're gonna feel like you're part of somebody's shit. They don't know you. You get watching a live streamer and then getting hit in the head, like while I watch them. They can't help you. You can't call them and be like, I got hurt. Life just goes on. Like you didn't even exist. And you know, that's just reality. It's not a woe is me or so sad. It's like just true. I mean, I was watching the news before I was watching Hassan and his friends. It was just the news every day, hours a day. And I mean, is it not the same thing? Like you learned who the news anchors were, kinda, like as if they were characters in a thing. A little bit. Got some kind of like social attachment to their face, the sound of their voice. Not as much as Hassan, but like, you know, and they're telling you important stuff all day, like you're going to school. But like you could die yourself and you're not a news story. It's not going to change a goddamn thing about whether they keep doing the news every day. They just like die in front of a TV. It's more or less a metaphor. Yeah, computer screen, whatever. Like, yeah, I don't have a TV. What? Oh my god, yeah, I like that eye color. Anybody comes at you about some shit, people are as diverse as eye colors. You want to act like there's blue, green, brown, and like as if that's it or something. And there's a million different, like, if you really studied it and paid attention, and it's definitely more than just blue, green, or brown. Yeah, there's all sorts of possibilities. And yeah, not just talking about like, well, contacts, having like, and people want you to just fit solidly into some category, and they don't give a shit about all the nuance. Wish I had an even better example, yeah. Like more possible options. No, anybody that thought it's a good idea to stress me out so much is a monster. I would have no idea. I didn't watch this person enough to like know if they got replaced with somebody else. Yeah, it's not. Is it? It's not really an out, is it? It's like they're not speaking up and saying, "Hey, I got replaced." At some point, it was the real person, and the real person was never like. Yeah, I'm saying Trump. Like, think Trump got replaced with somebody else? I wouldn't be able to know. When were they ever like a good guy? They could just make them into an even worse guy. Yeah, whether it was The Apprentice, the Central Park Five, the history of people. Yeah, their accusations, right? And because they never went to trial and those people don't speak up now, or they never get, somehow, they never get their voice out to know who they are and like their story and shit. I guess they could have been silenced, obviously. But it's, yeah, that 13-year-old accuser never shows up. Like, and the news doesn't mention it every goddamn day. Like, every single time they talk about Epstein, they don't mention Hey, remember that 13-year-old girl that no one's ever heard of since? Katie Johnson. Right, I just read that thing that Gore Vidal said. And he's supposed to be some hero of humanism. If somebody fucks with Wikipedia and writes something that's not true, they usually fix it within like a day. So, I mean, I trust Wikipedia pretty much. Mm. Never trust anything so much like it can't be wrong on accident. Like, at least on accident. Nothing is flawless. Yeah, noises from above me as if like someone is responding to what I'm saying. Right, they make you want there to be some kind of police structure, even if it's a brand new thing. And for those people to have like some way of like seeing inside your brain. Like they can know exactly who was physically here and what they were doing while they were physically here. But it is like just like almost making you wish there was a surveillance state. That shouldn't be a thing. Wii U all of a sudden goes off in the background. That's a sad thought. Progress was made. Society got better. Someone stepped in and was like, but didn't you guys make money before? Let's just pretend to be the police. Oh, nobody needs us. We gotta make them need us. Should I just expect life to suck? I'm not doing anything to anybody. The dumbest goddamn concept that, like, you literally come to where I live. Like, I'm, like, chained inside my room, and then you fuck with me, and then tell me to go away. Like, yeah, you did COVID, you did a war story, then you did the personal terrorist attack. Like, you didn't want me to leave my room. You wanted me to get stuck in here. Oh, it's the worst. It's not even someone listening to music in a car. It is just deliberately, like, I mean, they must hate their own life. Imagine being this idiot. They sit in their fucking vehicle or wherever the fuck they're stationed, and then they just, like, haphazardly make a dumb sound. Well, they're not just, like, I don't know, doing something fun. That seems really fucking lame. Yeah, there's no, like, thought to it. There's no, it's not even like, yeah, I'm not just making noise. Is that, like, some constant, like, they want you to think that you're just noise. They want you to reflex it onto yourself. I'm not you, and I'm never gonna be you. I'd never be you. There's no sense of like trying to. I'm not whatever the fuck has been fucking with me. Some stupid silencing mission. Asshole got paid to show up on 3rd and Burnside for 5 years and do stupid shit. Like, yeah, again, there's no sense. I keep saying that because I think it's important to understand. Like, I lived here for 5 years before 2020. I didn't just move in 2020 and was like, oh my gosh, it's so chaotic. I knew what it was like for 5 years before that. Yeah, it might have been loud, but it didn't feel like a terrorist attack. You know, the difference of someone playing music and someone like designing something to hurt you. Very different feeling. Oh yeah, you have somebody say, well, it doesn't feel that way to us, and you might find out who was fucking with everybody. I don't know where to mentally go next. Woke is a good thing. Oh my god. No amount of rebranding is going to make woke a bad thing. It is like someone's just like, come here, you liberal. Let's make you fight and struggle. This is funny to us. And like, stuck you under their shoe. Oh no, the world would have been a better place. Oh, that's a fucked up story. Yeah, the last generation. That somebody had been planning out, again, sci-fi time. But imagine someone had been planning out for fucking decades that they were gonna bring the end of the world. They were gonna be the ones that ended it. What power? They thought, that's how we'll stop all bad. We'll just fucking put everyone to sleep. Yeah, I guess that because of the song lyric. And they didn't give a fuck about every new generation showing up. They didn't give a fuck. That's not their. They shouldn't have the right to do that, to like end the world. That shouldn't be a power anybody fucking has. And to their agenda, they don't want things to get better because then it's like, oh, we shouldn't have ended the world. Oh no. And they just can't fucking live with themselves. Wasted everybody's life, like, for nothing. Hmm. Doesn't that feel like a weird backhanded thing? We're gonna auction off their stuff. Yeah, I'm a PC person. I'm a Android person. It's not like I'm at war with anybody, but like I couldn't afford Apple shit. I had an iPhone for like 5 seconds that was old. It was refurbished. I bought it at the mall, and then I dropped it like the second week I had it on the bricks downtown by Pioneer Square. What year was that? I took. Isn't that what the one pic? There's a picture and it says meh. And the thing is busted. Um, yeah, I'm gonna remember shit in a way that other people wouldn't if they don't think of shit themselves. I don't see it as a bad thing. There's like a year and memories linked to years, and then like you keep remembering stuff, and then you remember it better, and I don't know if I put it on. Again, with the slamming above my head all day. Like, what, they thought maybe if they didn't do it multiple times in a row like they were before, it makes it seem like. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Because it's just like slam, wait. Slam, wait. You mind your own business and get the fuck out of my room. There's no one to piss off. Like, I'm not talking to anybody to piss them off. You don't get to fucking stalk me and then say you don't like what I'm doing. Go mind your own business. And then someone goes and, like, narrates. Oh, here's how fucked up everybody was. And here's all, like, put it into words of all the fucking screwed up things. Thanks for your help, asshole! Like, as if they're like, they totally identify the entire issue and and they put it into words, all the fucked up things people are doing, but then they just, like, stand there and watch you like a zoo animal. Like, don't you see the way that everybody has screwed with the zebra? Don't you see the way they make the bear dance? But they just stand there like they work for the fucking zoo, and they tell everybody how fucked up the exhibit is for the bear. Do something, you ass fuck! Right, we'll get the bear to talk, and then the bear's supposed to say what the person is saying somehow. The fuck? I mean, you don't even have to use the analogy of a bear. It's just literally like a person in, like, being kept like a zoo animal. And then the fucker stands there and is like, look how horrible this is. Maybe eventually the person inside the cage... Wait, they did, though. The person in the cage has said, this is fucked up. No one listened. What's with the tour guide? Like... Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I was doing fit checks before you called them fit checks. But now it's, well, yeah, like 1,000 pictures of yourself is weird. I don't know if... It's not really in order of time. I just don't see it. I need to go to... They murdered a woman in cold blood, and they're smearing her as a domestic terrorist. Thank you for noticing. Yeah, that's not the same as a tour guide. That is what I was talking about. He did have some weird ass gun. Right, what argument does that actually end up making, though? Like, I guess you should be glad they stop ISIS. Because you want them to stop ICE, right? It's just somebody that shows up and murders people. You'd want them to be stopped. Is that the account that got deleted? What, that was when I was 28. A bunch of noise. And then that has the Doppler effect to it. That sound of some kind of like vehicle driving away. And you can hear it go for like a minute up the road. When did I get that fucking phone? That would have been 2018. Right, it was like that was the background on it. That's 2016. Yeah, it's from a coloring book actually made by like somebody that lives in Portland. And it's like ironic stuff paired with like coloring book pages. Yeah, it's called Calm the Fuck Down. Sasha O'Hara. I wanted to make coloring books for a while. Never did. Feels like the times have changed. Yeah. But the background on my phone was that, and then it's like the cracked screen. I'm trying something that says that they were from Portland. Oh. What? Jeez. Oh, it's a pen name. That was 2016. Was the other account 2017? No, this was. I don't use pen names. I had like the Vaultiverse, but I've never like published something. I guess Social Orphan Anarchy is kind of like a pseudonym, but it still says it's my like my real name there. Um, yeah, I've never written something under like a totally fake name that was like it would say my actual name or at least like LLG somewhere. Oh my god, and some insinuation that someone was pretending to be you and someone hasn't figured that out yet. Brought it to my attention, shown me a link to whatever this like fucked up shit is. You never like not once. You just want someone to be worried about it, like vaguely. It'll be easy to figure out. I can't find that fucking picture. Yeah, I just want to see where it was. It might be in an account that got deleted. I wasn't intending on it. Like, I'm not going to kill myself. You don't have to say, don't kill yourself. I'm not going to. Like, get away from me. What, did you just think you gave yourself a job? Like, harassing people and pretending that you were there for some, like, therapy thing? You're a fucking idiot. Go away. Come Yeah, we gotta make people suicidal so we can pretend that we're gonna give them therapy. How else will we pay our student loans that we didn't fight the administration to forgive? Well, it's not like you spent the time you spent fucking with people, you could have spent saying like people needed a universal basic income, for example. You spent your time trying to rip people off instead. I've literally made songs now about universal human rights. Like, I couldn't have contributed more to what I thought was right. I can't find it. I guess it's not that important. I want to play chess. Yeah, I did. I kind of stopped learning languages, and because they gave me the option to play chess. Here, you don't have to learn a damn language ever again. Just learn how to do this. Like, make friends all over the world with people without saying anything. I'm just kidding, by the way. Of course, that's not. Someone beeped when I said that. This is fucking harassment. Like, no, you want to say something to me? You can go on fucking TikTok and, like, make a video, bitch. That was stupid. This is a really bad game. Yeah, that was not my best game of chess ever. You learn every time you do anything. Yeah, cool. I wouldn't want to play competitively. It's like the same reason I didn't want to go to art school. Because I thought it meant, like, yeah, trying to make it a career would ruin the art itself or, like, the concept of making it. Like, that's what I thought when I was in high school. Well, I have a degree in writing. I mean, like, visual art, drawing. Like, I didn't want that to become, like, not fun. And I thought I was a better writer than I was a visual artist. Mm. Mm. Man, you really want to fuck with my queen. My queen. They say funny things and does it not care if I'm gonna kill it right back? Oh, bitch. That was a mistake. It's fine. Whatever. I don't even remember what was just there. Yeah, that was a mistake too. It's weird they didn't kill me with their queen. Like, why not? It was right there. Itch. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why can't I move my king? It just starts to run out of pieces, and then it's like, well, this is ridiculous. And they won. Okay, they won one and I won one. Yeah, some part of me is like, you're a little too relaxed for the situation. They wanted to even put you into a crisis state. That was like the whole point of like terrorizing you. Oh, do they give a shit there's some tipping point where the body just can't, like, handle... It's gonna explode if I feel all my feelings. Yeah, I don't want to access that. So let's just keep talking about the news like you do every day. Like, it's not like it's relaxing, but it's putting my feelings in a different place than... I haven't watched Hassan for like 2 days. I don't know if I should right now. All of that is like junk mail. Which in some sense is like, oh, good, but like... Do you feel unprotected? Do you feel unloved? Do you feel like that even if you had a guaranteed uh, place to live, there's gonna be the sense that there's no social security in the future. That they're gonna fuck with... Yeah, they could fuck with food stamps again. They could fuck with anything. They just want you to feel like there's no guaranteed future for sure. It's not like they would put in protections to, like... And for the whole planet at the same time or something. Right, I just said that story. If you want to go with the last generation story, like, they have to realize they fucked up real bad in trying to put the world to sleep. Like, they wanted it to be shit, which means they wanted people stressed out. Oh. And yet, that is how that should have looked. Maybe more like fruits and vegetables and then meat or protein sources, but, you know... If they had just subsidized fruit and vegetables the way they did with grains, everyone's life would be better. And right, like, you're supposed to hate this just because it's coming from this guy. Someone can still be right. Yeah, what is the... just saying that Jewish people were somehow immune... What is that supposed to mean? Like, even... Like, it's racist. It's, like... As if you have some kind of, like... Yeah, it kind of puts a target on you, and at the same time, like, was it supposed to help? Does that mean I'm half immune? Like, what the fuck are you, like... Isn't being, like, half immune just as bad as not being immune? It just was, like, a fucked up thing to say. Are they really trying to just figure out who the Jewish people are? Yeah, right. Not Sephardic Jews. There's like different. There's different groups of Jewish people. It was specifically I don't know how to say it. I hate that it looks like it has the word Nazi in the fucking, like... No one said this when I was a kid. It was never part of, like... Yeah, no one was ever like, we're Ashkenazi. It's not Nazi, it's Nazi. Like, Nazi. But it's not Sephardic. People that are more, like, from Spain. Yeah, why did he say this? It targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. They didn't even say this part. That's absolutely terrifying. And yeah, I'm half Caucasian, half Jewish. Like, I mean, I guess in a sense, like... Yeah, 2%, which starts to feel like blood... What is that called? Blood, quantum stuff. Should I try to dig through my ancestry to find out who was from the Middle East? It doesn't mark people that way. Like, like you needed to know their name. I don't know that my family knew that about themselves. Ethnically targeted bioweapons. Right, then that means if you're immune to it and it's attacking these people, then, like... This is evil, dude. Yeah, what? It's actually like an intelligence test. Are you smart enough to know that that's a fucked up thing to say and you would never go attack someone Chinese or Jewish? Was it actually a weird way of trying to say, like, hey, Caucasians are getting fucked over too. Maybe Caucasian people and black people should be friends more. 'Cause you're in it together. Again, coming from, like, the 1950s brainstem. Is the only way that makes any sense. Like... I'm sick of saying these people are running the country. It's more like, who's really running the narrative? And that's the news. They could say all sorts of shit. Somebody had to decide it was newsworthy and then get it out there and then not silence or crush the story. Like, it's something in the news department. If it, like, you don't want to just say it's the news. It's like in the news department. Because you could have just never heard that he said it. Potentially, like... Yeah, some relationship between the people you say are running anything and then the people telling you about it. Right, the image of, like, if they go and they sign a document and no one's there to tell anybody, they're the ones still running the country, bitch. But I mean, they could sign whatever and, like, you just don't enforce it, and you don't enforce it because nobody even knew about it. Like, it's like it never happened. They signed a piece of paper in a basement and it went nowhere. Just like talking to myself in my room, going absolutely nowhere because someone's clearly, like, arranged something around me. Yeah, at some point, I just exist and I'll just keep existing. Like, so that I didn't stop existing and then have a hard time doing it later. Yeah, before the internet, the idea that they did this to people and they went silent and then they didn't know, they couldn't articulate anymore, like their brain was not used to making sentences at some point, like a couple years into being held hostage in your own home. And, like, yeah, it's also not like they got a degree in writing and had dedicated so much to the concept, like, and they can't articulate themselves at all. It's fucked up. Maybe it was, yeah, also sparking people to figure out their own. Yeah, you could have just said the poor people were dying, but you didn't say that. Like, hell, you're gonna just say that. What, cause, oh no, you can't keep up with this narrative that somehow, like, being poor was your fault. Bullshit. You do feel like no one's supposed to feel bad for poor people anymore. You're supposed to think they fucked up or weren't smart enough or something. Aren't blessed by God. I've been poor my whole life, bitch. Is that really why I'm being silenced? Because I'm, like, proof. I was definitely smart enough. I could have learned 10 times whatever the fuck I learned. I worked hard. I did jobs that other people don't even apply to do. I've been a janitor. They don't even apply for that position. Like, they expect to have a desk job and they only apply to desk jobs and they only get desk jobs. Whatever the fuck it is that they do. A whole bunch of people. And they're not gonna fucking scrub toilets. Just because they won't apply to those jobs. And no one's going to say that they're lazy or like expect them to. Why is there a rumbling motorcycle out? Like, because again, you are being like hijacked, and some asshole thinks they're like, this is what you sound like. Yeah, you know what? You sound like a fucking terrorist. Did you overhear me saying that in the privacy of my apartment? You're a fucking moron. That's what you sound like. It sounds like vroom vroom with no words to it. Fuck off. And they kind of did. Yeah, whatever the fuck just drove away. No, my sister is poor too. She was never a janitor. She lived off her husband for a while, and then she got a nursing license. Yeah, you could say, oh, you get covered in all sorts of people puke on you or something. You know, there's all sorts of yeah, but you're not scrubbing toilets, like. And you get the status of being a nurse. You get, like, this, like, respected person in society thing. Someone would ask your opinion about important shit because you're a nurse. Yeah, how about people, they went into, what, foster care? They take in other people's kids and get paid for it. And they don't even adopt the kids. The kids end up somewhere else after a couple years. Nice house. What else did anybody do? My dad did some janitorial stuff. And he cleaned dishes. Like, while I was alive. He answered phones. What else did he do? I mean, he did compute. He was a computer technician. I don't know why the fuck. Vroom vroom! That's what an asshole sounds like. I don't know why the fuck it wasn't like. He like stopped being a computer tech person. No, I visited his job when he was in Massachusetts. He had a boss that was like never seen. It was almost like fucking Tool Time and the fence guy. Like, but and you never see him. Said he just played solitaire and fucked around on his guitar all day. And then, and my dad was like the secretary, receptionist person. And helped, fix computers. And then he moved to Pennsylvania and, like, he had a nervous breakdown. I don't remember if he had a job before that. Like, it was just like he moved there, had a nervous breakdown. He was cleaning toilets at the campgrounds. Soon around that time. And then he was a dishwasher person. And then he worked for PennDOT answering phones. And at first the contract was for campgrounds. And then it was for the DMV. And when it switched to the DMV, his life was hell. People were screaming at him all the time because they lost their license. And they thought that they could, like, get it back by talking to him. And he's just in a call center, like, it wasn't even directly like he worked for the DMV. It was like an in-between thing. He was way happier when he was just scheduling people for campgrounds. And then I remember him doing some dishwashing job again, but I wasn't around. I don't know where it was. And he was like on and off disability. Yeah, don't know why he ever ended up off of it. But he like had it and then he had to apply again. And it's just like, this is a nightmare. Like applying and trying to get it and having to deal with like, you can't make a penny to all this stuff. Like the way he talked about it, it's a nightmare. It was not like, oh, I'm so glad that we have these protections for people. I wouldn't survive without these, like... Yeah, it definitely wasn't enough. I mean, even, like, I'm glad there's food stamps. Like, there's a sense of gratitude, but it should really be, like, $500 a month. If you wanted someone to eat enough to have, like, energy... And yeah, so much trial and error to like figure out what I could buy. So that there's always like at least enough of something. True, and my dad wasn't like cooking from like this yeah, good thing I'm a vegetarian. That would be worse. But like dried garbanzo beans, lentils, and peas. You've got to mix it with rice or something though, or you get like sludge shit. Like you can't even push it out of your body. Yeah, it needs more like fiber or something. I guess. I'm not sure if fiber is exactly, but um yeah, you need something more than just that. But he was never like cooking from scratch. He would Denti Moore beef stew. I said he would get like a steak and a thing of shrimp and 2 bags of salad and a Haagen-Dazs coffee ice cream pint. And then like 2 cases of soda. So almost like everything, like calorie-wise, must have come from the soda. And a sense of caffeine and energy or something. He didn't really drink coffee. Yeah, he got some fucking free coffee maker from like a Javalia or some shit with like... He never used it. Not sure why he even like... It was just free or something. Yeah, he was not energetic at all. He came downstairs, smoked a cigarette, went back upstairs, laid down 90% of the time. Yeah, they took a crushed soda can. Like, whatever the fuck. It was weird for him to be, like, energized. Like, almost, like, scary because it was so different than... And that's like, yeah, they put you on this medicine that does this stuff. It's pretty much just sedatives. And then they called it medicine. Even, like, cannabis is medicine. You might associate it with, like, sleepiness or haziness or something. Yeah, that's why cannabis and coffee was such like a perfect combination. But yeah, cannabis wasn't like a sedative for me, especially if you get like a sativa leaning hybrid. Yeah, if I got only indicas, it would maybe be like sleepy time all the time. Yeah, there's definitely more diversity when it comes to what cannabis can do. But anyway, it's like the story of my life. I have been talking about it forever. Like, here's my dad's medication, here's my medication. I think mine's better. There's no group of friends and they all take Zyprexa. Like, and hang out and like have pizza night. But, you know, you can, yeah, again, just as like an example, you also fucked me out of like $1 billion industry, and I'm a licensed bud tender. Like, it's a job, it's an industry, it's a culture, it's a medicine. I should have had so many friends. Yeah, nothing is fun about pharmaceutical medication. Like, I'm just gonna leave this on and go to the bathroom. having to rehash everything I was thinking of. It's harder than just talking as the thoughts. What the first of all, yeah, I don't know why. I did read earlier that it was they were calling them a rioter and acting like they were trying to hit them with their car, but I didn't put together that like the person that died earlier today was not even the person that it wasn't a scenario where someone was escaping ICE like because they were going to get arrested and deported. They were a protester trying to stand up for people. I don't see how it makes the death any different or less significant or more significant. It's the same level of significance. Just the scenario is a little different. Um, they just still care. It's just a slightly different story. Yeah, still no reason to have killed them. And then the thought process of not having your own home and like someone not letting you have your own home like anywhere on earth, like not just not letting you have. They're gonna make you scared and they're gonna bully you and they're gonna be fucked up and mean and hurt you and use you and scare you and they won't let you have your own home. Like yeah, there's no sound of people talking, laughing, chattering, a crowd. There's no music. There's no. It is just somebody doing this, like, yeah, it maybe they're trying to correlate it because there was a protest. And I'm never going to correlate people that cared about human rights with you and whatever the fuck you've been doing for 5 years on my street. No amount of like pretending or trying to make it seem like they're connected is going to connect something that's not connected. But it seems like there is something where someone fucks with me when certain people are around as if you're going to blame them instead. Because your brain is just searching for people to blame. All you need to do is look on Google Maps and like look at what is here all the time. Has been here even for like 100 fucking years. Who? What do you mean I need to like figure out who to blame? Give me a fucking break. Like, All the time. All the time. End of story. Like, what, I accidentally moved into a jail. They turned an entire street into a fucking prison. But it was like the fun place where people went to do fun things. Well, they don't anymore. Not by the sound of it, not for a long time. And it really could, it's just like this guy making like stupid noise from his fucking car. And that's why nobody stops him. And that's why nobody fucking like. Oh man, if I had just moved into any other building in the city, I'd still live in Portland. But there just has to be like, they would have had to do different shit to fuck with you. Anywhere else, any other building, anything. Like, and then spent 10 years of my fucking life making a home with people that would have been my friends instead of some demented fucking like hostage situation. Oh, there would always. What? There would always be. Yeah, I remember the sound of shots, but it was coming from my right. And Ankeny is to my left. It could be some kind of like. I don't know if it was the same day. It's around the same like time period. But it was definitely coming from my left, which is like the opposite direction. Yeah, I don't have something to like check the time code or. Yeah, they told you Cop City, Cop City, Cop City, Cop City, Cop City, Atlanta. It's a fake city with fake fucking. For police training purposes. Like. Watch the goddamn special about it 1,000 goddamn times.
Atlanta police chief there in Shire showed us around.
And so we have to, as a profession, continue to evolve to be good at what we do and to be trusted by the community. And if we're not providing the proper training facilities and programming, then we're going to fail in one or both of those areas.
The project's official website claims the goal is to provide modern equipment and more socially just models of policing. The planned facility will include modern classrooms, a new shooting range, even a mock city. We're talking about fake apartment buildings, a nightclub, and gas stations as well. Settings where officers can practice de-escalation and other crisis intervention techniques. Not just law enforcement, but firefighters and emergency medical responders will also train here.
We're aware of the historic disconnects that exist and have existed between us and the communities we're working to protect. And the reason we have 35 weeks of training, it helps us determine, should you even wear this uniform?
What do you mean?
That's sad. The thought of, like, no wonder people want to live in the woods. And, like, sweetie, the cops make $100,000 a year. You don't think they have a house in the woods? Like, they're not in the woods. You just associate them with cities. They're fucking everywhere. There's no, like, oh, well, at least I won't have to worry about police, whether they're corrupt or not. I just won't even have to worry about it. I go live in the woods. No. There's nowhere to, like, go. Trying to make you fucking give up your home, go live in the woods, and then the woods get burned down. I mean, like... Again, now there's somebody doing the same shit again, where the, like, stupid sound. There's no one here. There's no music playing. It's not the club. It's somebody in a fucking car. Just, like, practicing harassing me. Right, if I put my camera out the window and there's no car there, that's even worse. They're like hiding in an alcove. They're doing some other shit. Like, again, practicing doing shit so that no one can tell where it's coming from. They're deceptive fucking liars. Like, who cares? What the fuck? Now, and they, on and off, now they're making my room smell bad. Like, last night, burning plastic wasn't enough. No, I don't want to hang out with people fucking with me, obviously. That's not a, like... Why would I want to hang out with you? Obviously, that's just a sick joke. Like, there's no real concept of, like, hanging out with somebody. They just want to fucking harass you. Go away! Did you ever hear that? Fucking absolute mentally ill psychopath. With a fucking cop friend. Go away! And all the time. This shit is here all the time. So they can see the motherfucker. From wherever the fuck they are. Are they in the building? If they're not in a car directly on the fucking street, they're in this thing, in the alcove, or in the building. I don't know how else you can make so much penetrative noise and then blow shit right into my fucking window. Yeah, they're somehow downstairs, vibrating up the thing. Sure as fuck sounds like a vehicle. And then this fucker is here all the time. I don't want to hang out with you. Stop forcing yourself into my fucking room. You're practically a rapist, but of my entire life. Fucking stupid cult. Where else could it be coming from? Across the street? They're still watching the whole fucking time. And letting this happen the whole fucking time. For fucking years! No, the people that have been hurting me every day are not my fucking friends, and they're never gonna be my fucking friends. You're not trying to be friends, you're trying to, like, own somebody like they're your pet. You're disgusting. I'm not your Patty Hearst. I'm not your fucking kidnap victim. I'm not your fucking toy. I don't care what the fuck is wrong with your brain. Get the fuck away from me. Right, no, those were civilians that were just... The cops are watching them do it. Make no fucking sense. Huh. They're actually, like, telling you not to eat edibles in a way, yeah. Oh, look, the cops like weed too. Right, they just wanted to be cool and friends. Maybe they can change the way people see police if they knew all the police like pot too. And then we can just be friends and pretend that Black Lives Matter never happened. I'm never gonna think that that never happened. And it's never gonna be something that just never fucking happened. I guess you should have killed me 5 fucking years ago if you expect me to think it never happened. Fuck you! Sit there, make $100,000 fucking dollars a year and, like, attack people all goddamn day and then expect somebody to think you're cool again. Yeah, these are the images. Portland, you type in Portland protest 2020 police brutality. This is never gonna be okay. Yeah, just let it sit for a second. And then, yeah, seriously, the fucking asshole, what they did, they just like shoved a taste in my mouth. It's not like I got any medicinal benefit from it. Who knows if it's not just something they like created that kind of tastes like pot, but it's not even weed. It like gives you cancer. And like just shoved it right in my mouth somehow by pumping bullshit into my fucking room. Oh my god, I want to find out what medicine they ever end up on. And then do the same, punch him in the face with it. Yeah, my throat, my mouth, it's like coated with whatever the fuck it is. Fucking asshole. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they were doing this to you for years. You think they're not going to try to kill you if they evict you? Yeah, in a sad way, it's like one of my only hopes is that the fuckers aren't going to do it because I'm going to be able to talk to somebody. Got a different chance of maybe finding somebody that's going to care the right way. Oh, be an asshole about popular music that I listen to. Yeah, make it about something you can make money on. Fuck off. No, it's definitely just, it's like one guy in a car all night. Come on, hit the box. Maybe it'll do something different. Like, no, if you wouldn't want it to happen to yourself, you don't do it to somebody else. And you turn the entire fucking street into some kind of like political theater thing. If somebody didn't want to care about me, like, they're not going to. If they wanted to think you were crazy, they're gonna think you're nuts. Because they wanted to. They weren't trying to be fair or level headed or unbiased. They wanted to think stupid shit, so that's what they're gonna do. And then what? That speaker's been running for hours, and then somebody shut it off. For fucking hours. You think the later it is at night, the more drunk the fucking asshole gets? No, nobody thought anything. You didn't think bullshit. You just want me to like say stuff that makes it sound crazy and stupid. Like, you didn't really think fucking anything. You just attack and harass and bully and take advantage. Go fuck yourself. Right, any chance that somebody set me up again by, like, gassing the apartment with fucking toxic plastic shit last night, because, like, they had some awareness people would be around today, if they are at all. Again, it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like there's a guy in a car driving in circles. There's no one actually fucking here. No, they're giving me, like, fucking brain damage, having to be, like, traumatized, and then just the next day, and the next day, and the next day. People don't even get to be real fucking people anymore. Desensitization, ignorance, and apathy. This girl is, like, giving a voiceover of the shit she sees on TikTok. Murder a handbag. Murder a joke. Murder makeup. Maybe I should play it. You know, she's giving, like, a sarcastic narration to prove how sad it is. But
It was just on like TikTok, so it's not a big deal. Like, they were masked men, and she was trying to leave, and they shot her in her car. Whatever, it probably isn't a big deal. And so then I scrolled and I watched this lady. She's like super rich, and she had this amazing designer haul. And of course, I could never afford it, but she's rich and right, so it's fine. And then I watched a video, and it was about this family that was like starving to death in, I don't know, like Gaza or something. I don't know, it can't be that important. So then I scrolled and I watched this guy giving us a workout routine because he wants to make sure all his bros are ready for summer because it's only in a couple months. And then I watched a video on a genocide in Sudan. I don't know, that seems weird. But then it followed up with a video about a genocide in Congo, and like, That's no way there's that many genocides going on, right? And then I watched a lady do a makeup routine, and I can't really do very good makeup, so it was really cool to see somebody with talent do it, because I'm not talented, right? And then I watched a video from some lady in our government. She's like pretty high up, I don't know, like Christy something or other, and she did this speech about how the woman that I watched get murdered today actually deserved it, so at least that's fine. But I was a little confused because she said she was a domestic terrorist. It was self-defense, and she was trying to ram through the people, but I could have sworn her car was barely moving. So I went back up and I watched the video of a woman being murdered today, and no, her car was barely moving, and the guy was actually next to it. Oh, and I found out he's something called ICE, and I guess ICE is actually like kidnapping people all over the US, which is crazy. I can't believe that the government's letting them do that. Oh wait, sorry, they are part of the government. The government that just told me that the woman that I watched get murdered today deserved it because of a lie? You know, this is making me think too much. I'm just gonna keep scrolling. It can't matter that much, right? It doesn't matter, right? Like, it won't affect me, right? No, it's probably fine. So I watched a woman.
You get, like, it's sarcastic, but, yeah, hyperbolic or facetious, whatever word you want to use. The first time I ever heard of people getting kidnapped in vehicles by officers was 2020. And to me, it's like, where were you 6 years ago? Now it's 6 years ago. Where were you 6 years ago? It's not like this doesn't matter, but it's like, that was the first time it ever came up. From my perspective, maybe someone else would say, where were you? I can't even name a time, though, because I've never heard of that being a thing before. Where they would just, like, show up and kidnap someone in a vehicle. There's the idea of putting the Jews on a train, and that was kind of like kidnapping them. En masse. Yeah, putting slaves on ships is kidnapping. Putting people in concentration camps, putting people in internment camps. But I hadn't heard of, like, just putting somebody in a car before 2020, and it feels like something was so, like, the fact that other people don't bring this up. Really? He talked about it? Oh my god.
Could you imagine if Barack Obama was president and this shit was happening? What the fuck they would say to, like, if Republicans were getting persecuted this way? Republicans...
I've never seen this before, so just...
literally said that Michelle Obama changing school lunches to a potentially healthier school lunch, which was a failure of a program in very significant ways for other reasons, but taking away mac and cheese and, like, substituting for asparagus and shit was literal fascism. Like, they said that was the nanny state overreaching and overstepping, and that was...
Oh yeah, total creep spooky moment stuff, because the news today, my brain is like, what? This is just today. I mean, they just happened to be, but I mean, it's on the same day. Okay, just keep playing.
Fascism. Now we have actual paramilitary forces ripping people from the fucking streets without reading them their rights and locking them up God knows where after driving around and kidnapping them in unmarked vans. And that's somehow acceptable. It's so crazy. But here, let's watch this short now, this video, to see what the hell is going on in Portland, and then I'll start talking about it. Let's watch America descend into fascism or accelerate towards fascism one day at a time.
Use your words. What are you doing? Use your words. What are you doing? Use your words. What is going on? Who are you? NLG will get you out. What's your name? Tell us your name. Okay, you're fine. We'll get you out.
The lack of resistance from this.
I've seen this video like 20,000 times. By the way, there was a Washington Post article I sent to people about the kidnapping specifically. Like, no one responded. No one was like, "Oh my God, that's so crazy," or "Are you okay?" or "Are you out there at the protests?" or "What's going on?" or there was no response whatsoever from anybody. I sent the same article. Yeah, it has a video to it too. I want to look it up after this.
Let's watch America descend into fascism or accelerate towards fascism one day at a time.
Use your words. What are you doing? Use your words. What are you doing? Use your words. What is going on? Who are you? NLG will get you out. What's your name? Tell us your name. Okay, you're fine. We'll get you out.
The lack of resistance from this person and the immediate targeting of this person kind of leads me to believe that this could have been an extraction. Not to be too much of a tinfoil hat Andy here, but it literally feels like an undercover cop getting extracted from the field because he doesn't say anything. He doesn't push back at all. It's very odd. He doesn't mention what his actual name is. He doesn't even get cuffed. Does that make it okay? No, absolutely not, because there are plenty of people who are getting kidnapped in a similar capacity in an infinitely more violent way in Portland right now. And the justification for that by Chad Wolf, the acting secretary, is that there is an ongoing siege in Portland for the past 47 days. That's what Chad Wolf said. And the DHS report on the ongoing siege mentions violent graffiti and violent anarchists like 60 times, I believe. The reasoning for why the federal government is utilizing a structured, organized paramilitary force in the form of federal agents in rental cars and unmarked vehicles rounding up protesters is because there is violent graffiti. The siege on Portland is centered around graffiti. And that's not me saying this. This is according to the Department of Homeland Security.
Excuse me.
Here is
I'm
the
sorry.
acting
I'm out
secretary
of control. I apologize for that.
Chad of the DHS, Chad Wolf's take on why there are currently federal agents operating like a paramilitary force without local jurisdiction in Portland, locking people up. Violent anarchists broke a front window of the Hatfield Courthouse. Violent anarchists graffitied the Hatfield Courthouse. Overall cost damages on federal property is $5,000. Violent anarchists graffitied BPA building. Violent anarchists graffitied Hatfield Courthouse. Violent anarchists graffitied Hatfield Courthouse again on 6/1. Portland police were forced to deploy crowd control spray to disperse a crowd that was throwing animal seeds at officers. I love that. This violent anarchists broke a front window. It's always they broke a window, or they removed fencing, or they, dare I say, I'm really sorry for even mentioning this kind of a breach of terms of service here, they did graffiti. So now, in retaliation for this, the federal government is not using the military because it's unconstitutional to do that, but instead using the heavily militarized federal militias that they already have. Not militias, but federal paramilitary groups like the federal prisons own like riot team, for example, or CPS's
Oh, I don't know what that little voiceover thing is. It's kind of annoying. I thought it was coming maybe from my phone or something. Oh my God. Oh, like, I don't... This was so fucking bogus and so fucking insane. And some people just had so much fucking fun about it. And then what, you dominated whatever the fuck Black Lives Matter was. That seems like years after the fact, that must have been your real goal. And then spin everybody out that you somehow couldn't use. Like, the way Measure 110 went down, the way everything, fucking over the homeless, fucking over immigrants, the way the story shifted, the way, like, the way no one talks about this anymore at all. And how fucking bogus and how fucked up. They used civilians as practice. Is that who has been fucking with you? It's like the fuckers were still here, like, screwing with me every day. I don't know that for sure, but it seems like an easy conclusion to make. And they're the military, the police, the fire department, these authority people. Like, who cares what department they're in? It's like all the same fucking thing. They're not civilians, and they're not just, like, desperately poor, unhoused people. You know, they had money to waste on gasoline. They could build speaker systems and use it just to fuck with you. They could rent out entire buildings. They could at least pay off the police if they're not the police themselves. Whatever the fuck it is they're doing, there was money in this. How could I possibly be wrong? No, it was blank instead. Fill in the blank. Who the fuck would it be if it's not that? People that had money enough to create weapons out of everyday things like sound. To get away with it. Like, somebody either is looking the other way or directly participating. That's supposed to be some kind of, like, authority person. For years on end. Like, the way it's like a military fucking training thing. It's like the Cop City thing I just played. Where it's like a fake city. Or it became that. Who the fuck keeps telling you to leave and why? Until they drained you of resources, and they, one way or another, they're either gonna kill you or throw you out of town. I don't know why that would make anybody's life better. They don't want witnesses? Like, what the fuck? Because I'm not in anybody's thing. I'm not in a cult. I'm not in the military. I'm not a cop. I'm a civilian. I'm a genuine person. I'm not an actor. Oh, right, that extraction thing. What was I just saying about Maduro? But whatever his fucking name is. Maduro. They kidnapped him, or they, extracted him. Why was that my gut instinct? It's not like I've studied fucking political theater my whole life or something. Everything else has been so fucking bad. Like, well, you don't want a scenario where, like, well, see, they did these CIA tactics, COINTELPRO things, and then they stopped, and somebody else learned about them, and now they're doing them. You know, you don't want anybody, to ever do them again. It doesn't matter who the fuck it is. Sorry. The side of humanity doesn't have a side at all. That is my take. You want my if you ask my input about it, that's my understanding. You wouldn't have a team. And yeah, that way, no one, like, does COINTELPRO ever again. That's the right team to be on. No team at all. I said a million times, like, you build a fucking throne. You engrave it with all the powers people have ever enacted on others. And you tie it off. It's deliberately vacant. You put one of these, like, art pieces in every city in the fucking world. It's not like you have to travel far to see it. Or something. I don't know. And it's like a field trip that every kid in the fucking universe goes to see this goddamn thing. And they learn all this different powers that should never be done again. And everybody learns that. It doesn't matter who the fuck. You don't just trade off being the biggest asshole that ever lived. Yeah, apparently that is actually like some thing in a TV show I've never seen before. Well, I've never seen it, but there's some idea of like a vacated throne. Well, to me, this even is spooky. It's been edited, but it was uploaded in 2020. It's not like they just uploaded it today. It was fucking... Wasn't it suggested? Yeah. Well, no, I typed in kidnapping. Well, I tried to go through his earlier stuff before. Actually, deliberately looking for, like, things about Portland. I guess I didn't see everything. Yeah. The fact that that was his own instinct is like... I mean, that does feel like the world you live in. If you... Something is duplicitous about fucking everything that's going on.
special unit. Violent anarchists attempted to cause vision damage to personnel with lasers. Never forget that it's not violent when they throw tear gas into a crowd, but it's a violent assault with a deadly weapon on a federal officer if you kick that tear gas back, because the state has a monopoly on violence. Laser is an attempt to cause vision damage, but beating the living doors, beating the absolute shit out of a protester is not violent. That's just something that you need to do. Here is DHS Wolf's own account on the violent graffiti that has made it necessary for federal authorities to come in with a paramilitary and operate outside of the current legal jurisdiction.
How are we supposed to know who you are? How are we supposed to know you're not kidnapping us and you're civilians kidnapping us?
The federal officers have used flashbangs and tear gas without warning.
We've done a great job in Portland. Portland was totally out of control, and they went in, and I guess we have many people right now in jail, and we very much quelled it. And if it starts again, we'll quell it again very easily.
Again, no one's asked, where are they now? Where did they go? Did people die in jails? Did they... You did this during COVID. Most people died in 2021 after this. After this. Total deaths peaked January of 2021. That's 1 week. Per week. And it's supposed to be a fucking undercount. Again, you ask, like, why doesn't anybody talk about it anymore? I'm surprised I'm still alive sometimes. And I wasn't even fucking outside. I was inside worried about COVID. I still paid attention. I still gave a shit as much as I could to the best of my ability. I wasn't like some fucking, I don't know, sitting here like I didn't care or something. Of course I cared. I went to Black Lives Matter protests before 2020, and there was never tear gas. There was never that level of fucking anything going on. No, throwing tear gas is like throwing cancer at people. And it was 170 days. Not everybody has a respirator. Even if you did, it didn't necessarily like... Yeah, you'd think that also would mean the officers gotta be like affected. Or the real, you really didn't want to be out there night after night with no fucking, like, not just a face mask, a respirator. And you have to change out the fucking... I never got one. Well, I could have bought myself one when I got money years later. I never got one. They said the people that live by the ICE building, the more like recent protests, they have to wear face masks to sleep. And that was, you know, this past year. Yeah, what the fuck? There's so many fewer looking people. A fraction of how many people were here during 2020. And no one is like, oh no. No one is making that connection of like, Get wearing gas masks to sleep. Yeah, they went out of their way to do a report about this one building. Where the fuck were you years ago? There was a petition, urging city leaders to revoke the permit. No, that's not what I'm looking for. It was specifically in 2020. I sent it in an email. Got the guy in the Superman shirt walking down the street, spit in my direction. Just another fucking also evidence thing. Hold on. Anyway, yeah, they had people deliberately like coughing, hacking outside my door, outside my windows, as loud as they could. Like, oh, does this scare you? Ha ha. They were mentally ill fucking 6 years ago. Oh, the smashing of the glass shit. Like, they thought it was crystal knocked. Yeah. And, I mean, that hasn't happened, for a year now? It's so much proof. Like, they didn't do that before. Yeah, what the fuck? Remembering stuff is weird. There was too many little things that happened, like this shit. Breaking a glass bottle and saying that was my mom. Not like this was your mom. Like saying, like they said that was my mom. They're just insane. Setting the garbage can on fire. Yeah, right. They assumed everyone had a mother and they were trying to fuck with you. Hey, got news for you, dipshit. I'm a social orphan. Like, my mom wasn't even in my life. Like, I don't have a mom. This was the petition. Guaranteed the right to assembly and petition our government. Gathered nightly in response to the killings of black and brown people across the country. George, I don't know who Tony McDade was. And then Breonna Taylor. It's kind of strange. Now I'm looking too much stuff up. Hold on. Oh, like the day after. They never said their name. They were deliberately fucking killing people. Like, it's a sick thought process. And in Portland, Aaron Campbell, James Pred, Kenya James, Jason Washington, others in Kendra James, I definitely remember their story. They were also in the Open Signal Silent Voices. Well, it shows you how much art can also help you remember stuff. Because they did this play of all these different people that died in Portland from police brutality. And it just helps you remember, like... And Kendra James was one of the people. Was Aaron Campbell... Yeah, they was unarmed and they shouldn't have died, and then the cops get away with it. It was like the pattern over and over and over. He ran away. Like, that is a human fucking response. You can't kill somebody. Like, you punched him in the face and they started bleeding and then you killed him. The Albina Ministerial Alliance Coalition. Where are they now? I've never heard of them before. Like, they only care about Albina. Like, you don't live there. Might as well live in a different city. Like, compare the different... Might as well be a totally different place. I've tried to follow and it becomes its own kind of terrorism, like... Right. Who's this guy again? Do you think they give a shit about you? Or, like, that's not good. I was looking for work if there was something I could possibly do for people that would know I had PTSD and I can't leave my house. And I thought people that work for mental health services, like, no one had positions available. This guy specifically asked me about MHS. And then said this. An interesting employment office across the street where you live. I've actually been in there and they said they only help the unhoused. So it seems like they were trying to, like, what was so interesting. And then worked in the building where I lived when it was an office building. And then specifically use the word Klan, which is a little bit... I asked if they're talking about Central City Concern, and they never responded. Yeah, shouldn't they be a good guy caring about human rights or something? Like, what the fuck is going on? The Portland Police Bureau, now Department of Homeland Security, continue to act in direct violation of our rights. Excessive and increasing force, attempts at restoring order with flash grenades, tear gas, and crowd control munitions. Fucking is destroying people. We need your support. No specific provocations designated as unlawful. Bullshit declared as a riot. Indiscriminate use of force. Loud musicians deployed. Residents feel it's unsafe to leave their homes. The shakes their windows, wakes people in their sleep. Yeah. Is there no one... What's with that low... It's not the LRAD. It's like they invented a thing. And it's not music. It's like a low frequency sound. But there would have been people. They heard it too. They petitioned to stop it. I don't know if this is up anymore if you click on the link. It is. Petition closed. Got 2,000 signatures. I can only ask them if I work for the press. I mean, I do a stream every day, but I don't have... I would interview people if it was more legit, but it's like, I don't have anybody in my life. Well, it's not right to deny me the idea that I could have, like, interviewed this person, like the way Hassan interviews people. I could have done that. I've done interviews before, like, I took a journalism class in college, and I was in yearbook in high school. I have, like, the basics enough to, like, ask somebody questions, like... Why would you say I couldn't? Yeah, whatever came of this is more of the point. Oh, god damn it. Where did the rest of it... Okay. Right, the idea... Yes, we're white, but we gave a shit. You know, like... When... Yeah, because I just said the other day, like, if I look at Saturday's market, don't you think it's a little bit... Why is my speaker get shut off? Whatever the fuck you are, you shouldn't be fucking with me. Psycho. Anyway, the idea is like, yes, we're white, but we care about people. Looking at Saturday's market, and it's like, man, everybody's white. It's like Black Lives Matter didn't happen. It's like people, they came here to do protests and they left. They got dispersed. They got killed. Something is going on. There's like, everyone's white. Don't you feel a little uneasy? Like... But just because... I mean, obviously I give a shit and I'm white. Like, I'm fully aware that people could be white and they cared about human rights. There just seems to be something, like, missing. Like, the ecosystem is thrown off. In a way that's more pronounced now than it even was before. Yeah, the way that it's like my building felt there... I just saw white people screwing with me. And then the one guy that lived upstairs, he was black. But then they said he moved out. So, like... And right, and he said he had been a retired cop, so... Yeah, that's a disturbing joke. Oh, let's make Portland more diverse after the police brutality protests. And everybody, yeah, they're black and brown and they're cops. And just to, like, make your brain explode. Like, somebody thought that was so funny. No, the fact someone is literally like reaching their hand into my apartment and then shutting my speaker off. I've been violated every fucking day by some idiot. Who are they gonna pretend it was? Because you think they're ever gonna fucking admit who it was? They just did it. They were just here. It's 12:15 in the morning on the 8th of January. $2026. If they drove away or they're in the building or whatever, like... No, I've been saying it for years. No one gave a shit about whatever I had to say because they couldn't hear me. They were in on it. Why didn't they care? They were dead. They left.
Easily. It's not hard to do if you know what you're doing.
Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler said the federal officers escalated. Now, yesterday, the governor of Oregon and the Portland mayor both criticized the actions being taken by these federal agents. They tweeted out telling them to leave. They asked, today the acting secretary of Homeland Security asked to speak with me about the demonstration activity in Portland. He expressed his concern about ongoing violence and asked how his agency can help. But that meeting turned to a different situation. A number of people have asked if I know DHS leadership is in town, and if I'm going to meet with them. We are aware that they're here. We wish they weren't. We haven't been invited to meet with them, and if we were, we would decline. The mayor and other authorities asked the police department to stand with the citizens. And I believe the sheriff or the Portland Police Department said that they will not stand with the citizens and defend the citizens, but instead will stand with the federal authorities. This is a footage shown on the protester on the approved side of the Justice Center line. Without warning, federal agents charge out at the protester. The protester flees and agents continue to give chase. For those of you who do not understand, heed my words, okay? Listen to me carefully. Portland is just the beginning. This sort of covert operations have existed in throughout American history, but now they are openly doing it, and the Department of Homeland Security is admitting it and saying that it's really good that they're doing it. That's a significant difference between...
Yeah, that's such an echo. It's only the beginning. It'll happen in your city. Like you saw that 1,000 times in 1,000 places. All over the internet. Again, I couldn't leave my apartment. Everything I saw was online, and then experiencing like this. I don't want to downplay it by comparing it to what's supposed to be like a fun ride thing, but it is the most like instant. If you understood this like ride at an amusement park where you sit in like it's like a theater, but the seats move, they spray water on you at some point. It's like an interactive movie. Like, they had all the bangs and the booms and the, like, you didn't know what the fuck was going on, if it was fireworks or they were killing somebody. There was literally shootings. And, that, like, I was looking out my window when a girl got killed up the street. I didn't see her get killed. I heard the shot, and I saw people running and hiding behind cars and stuff. And then later the news was like a girl got killed. I think she was like 17 or 18 years old. There's been like multiple murders around the building. Like someone got stabbed in the neck at the front door. Somebody got killed on the other side of the building. And the guy got away for like 2 years before you saw an update about that situation. It's been like surrounded by death. People shooting off guns, and there was no article about something. There was no like they did it for fun or some shit. And yeah, flashbangs, sounds that like those weren't just fireworks. That was some military equipment shit. Then you had the garbage truck stuff and the smashing glass stuff and... Yeah, you know, it was heavy. When they would make it so I couldn't breathe in my room, it was like exhaust and burning tires. More so than like Well, like pepper spray and so it's supposed to be like spicy. It was like pollution. Whenever they made, and I would have to like wave something and wait, and I couldn't breathe in my fucking room. Yeah, last night it was burning plastic. Back in June of 2025, it was the smell of like sage and baby powder. And then that shit made me sick and like I couldn't talk. It fucked my vocal cords up. A couple years before, there was the smell. It was like incense, and it felt like it cut my throat. And for 3 months, I couldn't get my voice back. In 2020, I could sing. Now I kind of can't. I haven't tried recently, but I can't hit the same notes. They fucked up my body physically. But it's something ongoing after the protests have long ended. Yeah, someone didn't want me here when it was just COVID, and they didn't want you here when the protests started, and they didn't want you here after the fucking protests. They won't leave me the fuck alone. I don't know who the fuck it is. And they have access to something with the authorities where they're at least the authorities are letting them fucking do it.
Doing it.
Yeah, the authorities and anybody that would have been around here 24 hours a day, like people that work in the fucking mission across the street. They just haven't noticed anything, my ass.
A covert capacity, and then apologizing for it when it comes out. Portland is just the beginning. If they are defending what's happening in Portland in this capacity by, one, declaring that Antifa is a terror organization, so anyone designated with Antifa, with the Antifa marker, is now subject to arrest or whatever. And then, secondly, saying if you vandalize federal property, you're going to go to jail for 10 years, which gives them a clause or a reason to be able to lock up whoever they want to. If they can do this in Portland, they can do this in other places as well. And they're doing this outside of the jurisdiction or interest of the elected representatives in that region. The mayor says no. The governor says no. Other elected representatives say no to this action, and they override it and utilize their federal powers to continue arresting people in the way that they're arresting people with unmarked vehicles without even telling them why they're being detained. Now, terrorism across the board is a political designation, okay? They've been doing this to Muslims for a very long time in this country. They've been doing this to black activists for a very long time in this country. They even do this in some circumstances to like environmental activists. Every now and then a story will come out of like a 65-year-old climate change activist getting fucking arrested because they like tweeted out that they were gonna go into like a nuclear facility and, you know, show their boobs or something, and they get like violently arrested. This shit happens all the time. If you follow Democracy Now! Or The Intercept, like, you'll hear about it, but it rarely ever gets coverage. It rarely ever gets coverage outside of that, outside of those outlets. This is different because this is just in your face. And a lot of people, when faced with this new information that the government is doing this, is justifying it. And that, to me, is psychotic. It's just mask-off fascism happening right in front of our eyes with half the American population, or at least a significant amount of voters, agitating for this kind of government action. Those very same people who say that they hate a tyrannical state overstepping and potentially oppressing its citizens are now fully in support of a literal paramilitary group going in and grabbing people and kidnapping them. Okay, the "don't tread on me to tread on me" pipeline. So this is the acting Department of Homeland Security Secretary saying, or rather justifying it on Fox News.
Okay, in every case where the president has offered and given help, Minneapolis, D.C., for example, things have gotten under control. Seattle, We had reports and then confirmed by the president. He said, yeah, we said we're going to go in, which precipitated finally the end of the Chop Chaz zone where innocent people died. So now you're going to get lectured by a mayor that is doing nothing to stop the violence or protect businesses in that city.
Well, thank you for having me, Sean, and that's exactly right.
Hold on, I need to confirm. I don't remember people dying during those autonomous zones. I remember them shutting it down. People died. 2 fatal shootings. 19-year-old man shot. A 16-year-old. Oh man, there's gotta be way more to that story than I ever... Yeah, how the fuck do you know they didn't just go and have somebody kill someone to break it up on purpose? Like... A man drove his vehicle towards the crowd. Yeah, people running people over. And shot a protester trying to stop him. So it was like they were protecting the thing, and it got broken up because they were trying to protect it instead of protecting it more, like it was their right to have the place or something. Yeah, it was not the precedent anybody wanted to set. Oh, fuck your goddamn precedent shit. Right, they got to live in even if it was like a block party, they got to live in a block party without feeling like anybody was gonna die. And it's like someone broke in and they tried to defend it. And then you broke it up because they tried to defend, like you... What, then you had somebody, go around the whole goddamn country? I can't be the only person. And make you almost have, like, a panic attack towards stuff that might have been fun or interesting before, and now it's a trigger to be like... Well, yeah, let's say a whole bunch of people would ever show up where I lived and try to turn the place into something else. I wouldn't know that they weren't just the cops fucking around again, being fucking cruel, would I? You might get a gist, like, they're gonna sound like there's actually people laughing. There's gonna be actual music. There'd be a total atmospheric shift. Well, because this has happened. Like, there's been, like, one night in the past couple years, I got it recorded, where it was like, it sounds like the way it used to be for, like, one night. Which is very different than when it's just, like, this one guy being a dick. I feel I need. What's the difference between Chop and Chaz? The autonomous zone was inaccurate because it made it seem like they were trying to secede, which makes you like a target in a different way. Yeah, you ain't got shit on me. Yeah, now you have to play the game of I'm more American than you are. Giving me a headache.
So earlier this week, I called not only the mayor, but the governor. I offered DHS support to help them locally address the situation that's going on in Portland. And their only response was, please pack up and go home. And that's just not going to happen on my watch. So we need to make sure that we're supporting our law enforcement officers here. However, whatever the local leadership here is telling us, we're going to do our job. We're going to do it professionally.
States' rights, by the way. It's all bullshit, guys. When conservatives say states' rights is bullshit, and listen, like, liberals are hypocritical too, but don't ever take Republicans seriously when they say stuff like this, okay? When they say small government, they're lying. They love when the military's budget is inflated. When they say, what about our deficit? They love, again, when our police departments have insane budgets. They want to fund the police. They have no problem with that. When they say states' rights, they love federal enforcement of abortion laws. They would love to federally mandate that abortion is made illegal, or when they do stuff like this, when the local governments and local elected representatives don't want the federal agencies to take action, they even send their own military forces. They're all liar and hypocrites, okay? They're all liar hypocrites. Please never take Republicans seriously when they say the classic states' rights arguments. They talk about how this is not like those Latin American countries that are socialist or hellholes, because we have a true democratic process here, while simultaneously advocating for the Electoral College by claiming that land should take a larger percentage of the voice in the democratic process than actual people. What they care about is power. That's what everyone cares about. That's what politics is about. It's not about
I could never understand how much the landlord connection was running everybody's life. And that's what it is. It's landlords, who owns the housing, who's paying who to have somewhere to live. That's the power that no one wanted to give up, and why they can, whatever socialism is supposed to mean, just simply equals the idea that they wouldn't be landlords anymore. Like, they can't make people pay them to live in a house. It's not that their own house would get taken away. Like, they might still keep their own home, but they can't make other people do this, like, work you to death shit so that you have a roof.
about actual intellectual principles. It's about power, okay? Offering power and the monopoly of violence that the state currently holds to the appropriate groups of people. And that's precisely what Republicans are doing. They're just better at lying than liberals are, I guess.
There's a facility right across the street from the courthouse that has 47 coats of paint on it. They have to paint the facility every night after it gets graffitied. So it's time that we take a stand. It's time that the local leaders here publicly condemn what the violent anarchists are doing. And again, I asked the mayor and I ask others, what do you think that's going to occur if that we're going to have a courthouse, we're going to have federal facilities overrun again by these violent anarchists? So what I'm asking.
What's always shocking to me is like, if a graffiti is war zone, if you're such a triggered little snowflake baby that you consider an act of graffiti on a federal building to be a declaration of war, then what the fuck is yeeting people into unmarked cars with a literal military force? The moral system that Republicans have is just completely broken. It's not real. It's just about whatever advances their agenda in that moment. In your worldview, if you think graffiti is violence, then it's mega violence to use the federal agencies to just go and beat the shit out of people and throw them in unmarked vans and kidnap them. That's like super duper violence. That's violence on a different level. If graffiti is violence, then that is just holy shit. That's just, yeah, mega violence. And it's also hilarious because these are the same people that are like, words cannot be violent, by the way. Like, come on. Actions like this are not violent. Shut up, libs. And now they're like, oh, my federal building got painted on. My federal building. Won't anybody think about the federal buildings? No. They're painting over the Confederate statues. No. Psychotic. The worst part about all of this is that at least I thought that America's descent into fascism would be because, like, I don't know, a leftist killed a cop or something, you know? And that's why everyone had to take, like, serious, strong measures or some shit like that. I really didn't think it would be some pussy shit like a federal property has been damaged by vandals painting over it. Like, that's what it took for these psychopathic MAGA hogs to completely allow the American federal agencies to operate like a paramilitary, like a violent paramilitary, without any sort of like jurisdiction.
There's been fierce blowback and calls for an investigation after reports that federal officers are pulling Portland protesters into unmarked vans. The reports raise various questions. Among them, are the feds driving unmarked vehicles? The video suggests, yes, they are driving an unmarked van, which is not uncommon for federal law enforcement. But a former U.S. attorney for Oregon under the Obama administration says transparency is critical.
Look, it's just central for accountability that we know who's doing the arresting, who's being arrested, and what they're being arrested for. You can't hold folks accountable. You can't ensure that we're following the rules and following the Constitution if you don't do that.
Another question, are the feds arresting people without probable cause? That's the claim. In an interview with OPB and the Washington Post, one Portland protester said he was searched and placed in a holding cell in the federal courthouse. He was later released with no record of his arrest. The U.S. Attorney's Office has asked for an independent review from the Office of Inspector General. Are the feds making arrests away from the U.S. courthouse? Yes. Court records indicate federal officers have spotted someone who committed a crime, then tracked them down elsewhere and made an arrest. And finally, who are these federal officers? Federal law enforcement, including the U.S. Marshals, Federal Protective Service, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and Homeland Security, were called in earlier this month from outside the area to help protect federal buildings in downtown Portland. On Thursday, the interim head of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security visited Portland.
So we need to make sure that we're supporting our law enforcement officers here and making sure that they're going to continue to protect the federal courthouse here. That's what the DHS does.
Homeland Security responded to the criticism with a statement explaining that federal officers seen in the video could be identified because they wore a Customs and Border Protection insignia, and they moved the suspect out of the area in a van because a, quote, violent mob was moving toward their location, although no such group could be seen or heard in the video. Kyle Aboshi, KGW News.
That's the second time they played that soundbite from the. Who I've never seen that guy before. where he's like talking about protecting people and god damn it. This was literally what I wanted to play next.
There's been fierce
pause. Yeah, Kyle Laboshi still works for KGW. Like, he must give a shit. He sounds like he gives a shit.
Gonna continue.
This guy. Who is this? This is Chad Wolf. Oh, I don't remember him at all. I remember his name. It's freaking me out a little bit. Like, he's supposed to be super important in the story of all this. I don't remember his face.
This is the Mark O. Hatfield Federal Courthouse in downtown Portland. When federal officers were sent to the progressive city, the 16-story building became a flashpoint.
It's about 5.5 weeks of continued violence against a federal courthouse there.
Rioting, looting, arson, and violence we have seen in Democrat-run cities all.
Agents from across the U.S. Department of Homeland Security were deputized to help protect the city's federal buildings from protesters. But the arrival of federal force...
Right, the girl's fucking voice, she's got like this kind of almost like sultry little like low something going on with their fucking voice thing. Like, it's like an Asmir video or whatever, ASMR thing. I needed like direct, memorable. I don't know. It bothered me before, and it kind of bothers me now. Okay.
Did little to quell protests. Hundreds of protesters, both longtime activists and first-timers, arrived nightly to demonstrate against racial injustice following the death of George Floyd.
Right, like in the background of their mind, they really just thought this was kind of like funny and not really a big deal, and maybe like, I don't know, everyone will get over it later, even though they seem like they really care because they're doing the voiceover for a politically important like thing, but like they're kind of a nihilist that doesn't really give a shit about anybody, and they got paid to do this, and like, you want to meet up later for like drinks? Yeah, it's just annoying as fuck.
In police custody. In mid-July on social media, reports swirled about protesters being swept into unmarked vans by individuals wearing camouflage fatigues.
How are we supposed to know who you are?
Oh, that is the feds. What the f***? To gain insight into the Trump administration's response in Portland, the Washington Post conducted an in-depth examination of 4 instances when unsuspecting people were scooped up from the city streets by heavily armed federal agents in the middle of the night. They sent information that turned out to be inaccurate or insufficient to charge them with a crime.
I'm Evelyn Bassey.
I'm Mark Pettibone.
Well, I'm John. My name's Tawasi.
From detention to release, they described experiences they found harrowing and unnerving. 3 are speaking for the first time. 1 was picked up and interrogated in an unmarked van, she said, and then dropped off in a different part of the city. 2 others were held in jail cells before being let go without explanations or charges. Another, a U.S. citizen, was misidentified by federal agents as a foreigner and arrested on charges that were later dropped. Each of their encounters started with armed federal authorities rushing towards them in the dark. The video of Evelyn Bassey being taken into custody went viral, but she did not disclose her identity publicly until now.
Use your words. What are you doing?
At 1:56 a.m. on July 15th, Bassey was standing with a friend in an empty intersection when an unmarked van, with doors open on the passenger side, pulled up in front of them.
And I noticed that the back door was ajar and that the front door was ajar, and then I noticed that there were people in camo. I know I threw my hands up and said, we're leaving, like, we're not causing any trouble.
Bassey and her friend turned to run. The dark gray Dodge Caravan chased them for a half a block before making a U-turn for Bassey, who had doubled back toward the intersection.
What
2 officers with yellow police patches on the front of their vests
Use your words. What are you doing?
and Customs and Border Patrol insignia on their arms approached Bassie.
Use your words.
They held her arms behind her back and escorted her to the van.
NLG will get you out. What's your name? Tell us your name.
They never said who they were. I didn't know if I was going to be seen again. I didn't know what was going on. But I could tell that I was being arrested or detained or something.
Officers placed Bassie in the van, closed the doors, and drove off. Inside, Bassie said she was forced to sit on the floor of the van and wasn't told where she was going or why.
So there were 2 people in the front seats, the driver and a passenger, and then the 2 in the back with me. There was no middle seat. They told me to put my hands on top of my head, top of my helmet, just like this, and keep my head down and sit crisscross applesauce, basically. The officer who had his hands on my head asked me what my name was, and I said, I'm not going to answer that. I'm going to remain silent. Then they asked if I had blonde hair, and I said no.
Bassie was driven to a spot 7 blocks away.
And they had me get out and put my hands on top of the car. My wits kicked back in, and I started asking, am I being detained? Yes, you're being detained. What am I being detained for? You're being detained for, because he matched the description of somebody who committed a federal crime against an officer. I asked what crime was committed, and that's when they said that somebody had shined a laser pointer into an officer's eyes. And then they had me turn my head to the side, just kind of all around, rotate it, and that's when I noticed that they were holding a phone. And I later found out that they were comparing my face to a picture. But then eventually they said, okay, that's not him. This isn't the person.
The officers let Bassie, who is transgender, go, but with a warning, she said.
They again said, just so you know, bro, we have cameras everywhere. And then they just said, all right, you're free to go. Leave the area. And so I did.
Bassie said she was held for roughly 10 minutes. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Oregon said it considers someone to be arrested if they are detained for any period of time. Under that definition, Bassie, along with other cases examined by the Post, would qualify as arrests. 30 minutes after Bassie was picked up, less than a mile away, protester Mark Pettibone and his friend Connor O'Shea were on their way home.
We were stopped on 5th Avenue by some protesters, and they warned us that they had seen unmarked vans kind of patrolling the perimeter. In fact, we thought we spotted one that would have been south, a few blocks down. And as we were looking over there, one happened to pull up right by us. 4 or 5 military fatigue-clad people jumped out, and I feared for my life.
Pettibone ran down Southwest Main Street and turned onto Southwest Broadway Avenue. A van followed just seconds later. This is the last time Pettibone appears on security camera footage in the vicinity that night.
It pulled up in front of me and people jumped out, so I got to my knees and kept my hands visible and asked why several times, to which they didn't respond, and they basically put me into the van.
Pettibone's friend witnessed the arrest from a distance. He recorded this video message on his phone as a warning.
Feds are driving around, grabbing people off the streets. They didn't do anything wrong. I'm recording this. Try to let somebody know that this is what happened.
The vehicle that swept Pettibone up appeared to be the same make and model as the one that had picked Bassie up. Pettibone said officers pulled his beanie over his eyes so he couldn't see. About 3 minutes after Pettibone's arrest, a dark gray van was seen behind the federal courthouse, headed in the direction of the building's garage door.
The next time I could see was getting out of the van. I was able to maneuver the beanie back over my glasses with my arm as I was getting out. And I was in a garage and led to a wall where they proceeded to take my picture several times with a phone. And we went up to another floor and got out
Pettibone said officers did not ask permission to search his backpack, and they commented on what they found.
Just remember a couple of comments was, this is a whole lot of nothing. Once they put me in the cell and they came around to read me my rights, they didn't say why I was under arrest, and I don't remember them saying you were under arrest.
Pettibone said he was in the cell for roughly 2 hours when he was released without explanation. His possessions were returned to him in a trash bag.
There was one, I still have it, there was kind of a sheet of paper, a lined sheet of paper that just said Pettibone, my last name, and cell number. But that was the only form of documentation that I got.
The video of Bassey's arrest and Pettibone's public remarks about his arrest sparked national outrage. The Oregon Attorney General's office filed a lawsuit against the federal government, accusing federal officers of violating protesters' rights and Oregon sovereignty. It also sought an order restraining federal agents from making arrests without warrants and requiring them to identify themselves and the reason for any detention. A federal judge denied the request, ruling the state didn't have a strong enough interest to sue on behalf of protesters. On July 24th, far-left video blogger Tawasi, whose full legal name is Tawasi, had finished protesting for the night and was returning home around 2:30 a.m. Almost immediately after he made a right turn onto the street where he was staying, he was met by federal law enforcement officers and at least 2 vehicles.
Even before I got there, the police surrounded me. They came out in unmarked cars, approached with guns drawn, in plain clothes, but with flak jackets on. They entered my car on both sides. When they entered my car, the officer actually said, "We got you, Mr. Hickey," and I had never heard of that person. So I told the officer, like, "You definitely got me, but I am not Mr. Hickey. I have no idea who that is. My name's Tawasi."
Tawasi said the officers identified themselves as Homeland Security Investigations agents. They questioned him about Canada and asked where he was from. Tawasi said they searched his car, seized his phone, and continued to misidentify him as Ronald Hickey, a Canadian national. Tawasi is an American citizen of Native American descent.
So they pat me down, and they tell me that I'm charged with this code violation for some code that I never heard of, and also immigration violations for illegally crossing the border.
Tawasi was handcuffed and placed in the rear passenger seat of a black vehicle by officers in riot gear. Like Pettibone, Tawasi was driven to the federal courthouse. Officers took him upstairs.
You know, they're walking me through this jail complex, and as they do, they're telling me not to look. So they're saying, like, look at the wall, or don't look at me.
Once upstairs, Tawasi said an agent took his fingerprints. He was then put into a holding cell.
That feeling of being inside of a cell and not having any contact with anyone, and not having a phone number to call for a lawyer, that was probably my most terrified hour.
In court for his initial appearance, Tawasi learned the charges against him stemmed from tweets he had sent under his own name, urging protesters to make noise in front of the Portland hotel where he believed federal officers were staying. Prosecutors initially alleged these tweets violated a statute prohibiting the release of personal information about federal officers in an effort to threaten, intimidate, or incite violence against them. The charges were dropped just over 2 weeks later. The U.S. Attorney's Office for Oregon declined to comment to the Post about Tawasi's case or explain how it had misidentified him as a Canadian national named Ronald Hickey.
When they were releasing me, they gave me an envelope, and that envelope had in it a little bit of money and my car keys, and did not have my phone.
In the 32 hours after his arrest, Google tracking data that Tawasi had enabled on his phone indicated it went to a parking lot behind the federal courthouse, Portland State University, the Internal Revenue Service building, an unspecified location near the Portland Police Bureau Training Division, and a residential neighborhood about 10 miles south of Portland. Tawasi's phone has not yet been returned. Not long after 3:30 a.m. on July 29th, John Hacker, a self-described civilian journalist, was standing in front of the federal courthouse. He was speaking with Jake Johnson, another civilian journalist, when Hacker was targeted with a green laser.
I think actually Jake noticed the light before I did.
Laser. Like, seriously, is this a joke? You not?
He had looked up and was like shouting at the officers that were way up on I don't know what floor.
This is not great.
The laser came from a 7th floor balcony of the federal courthouse, which federal agents used as a lookout.
Dude, you have the wrong target. I don't know what you want.
Two unmarked vehicles, a Honda Odyssey and Chevrolet Tahoe, drove up to the intersection. A Border Patrol officer, who appears to have exited from the right side of the dark gray Chevrolet, grabbed Hacker's left wrist.
The officer said nothing to me.
Hacker was walked over to the white Honda. An officer removed Hacker's phone from his right hand and placed it on top of the van, cuffed Hacker, and put him inside.
He's being detained against the United States government, who is a fascist state!
4 Federal Protective Service vehicles arrived at the scene shortly after. 8 minutes after Hacker was marked with the green laser, he was driven to the other side of the courthouse, where he was searched, photographed, and jailed.
They took multiple photos of me from the front with multiple phones that looked like personal cell phones. They then turned me around and put a sticker on my right, on my back, on my right shoulder. Took another picture from behind. At one point, one of the officers asked another if he was the arresting officer, and he responded with, "I'm not sure, I think so." They went through my pockets, had me take off my belt and shoes, asked for name, social security number, and birth date. I resisted a little bit with the social security number I told him I said I'd never heard of law enforcement asking for social security number, and he said, "You'll hear about it."
Hacker was taken to a floor with holding cells.
I would say somewhere around a half hour. When they came back in, they had asked for fingerprints and a DNA swab, mouth swab. So I told them I don't have prints because of amputations, and then they took the mouth swab, which was a little bit weird to me.
Hacker says federal law enforcement kept him in custody for an hour and a half. He was released with little explanation.
At this point, I didn't know what was going on, but then one of the officers said, "Are we transferring him?" And the guy that was moving me through said, "No, we're releasing him." So at that point, I was like, "Okay, I'm being released." There was probably like 8 to a dozen officers out in the garage, and one of them said, "We're releasing you without charges. We've done an investigation, determined you've committed no crime, and here's your property. Have a nice day." And then I walked out. They did not give me my phone, but I did not know they kept my phone until I got out back to the park and was going through all my stuff and putting it in my pockets.
Hacker's phone has still not been returned. None of the 4 is facing charges, and they all deny taking part in illegal activity.
So it definitely has impacted my ability to document in a way that really shows what's going on, because there's that constant fear around keeping, extra distance.
I know that my anxiety is very rampant, to the point where there's times where, like even right now, my hand is shaking and I can't stop it.
And it seemed, at least from my personal experience, it seemed completely indiscriminate. It could have been anyone. Could have been someone walking to their apartment complex down the street.
I have extra paranoia that I didn't have before because they came for me in the middle of the night in unmarked cars. So now when I'm driving somewhere, I don't just take it for granted that I'm going to be able to get home. I have tucked away in my mind somewhere that they could be watching me, waiting for me at the next corner.
In the days following George Floyd's death in police custody, protests erupted across the United States. Most were peaceful, but in some cities there was looting, vandalism, and skirmishes with police. The Post found that during 6 days of unrest, from May 28th to June 2nd, at least 12 people lost vision in one eye after being struck by police munitions. 8 of those injuries occurred on just one day, Saturday, May 30th, in states from California to Ohio. 6 of the injured were men and 2 were women. They were hit with what are called less lethal weapons, beanbag rounds, pepper balls, and in one case, a gas canister.
So I squeezed my eye shut and started yelling, I'm pressed, I'm pressed.
I never thought I was going to go to a protest and lose an eye.
Whatever did just happen is catastrophic.
When it hit me, I just noticed the blood just coming out.
Something like a fire had exploded in my face.
And they turned around that corner, and then all of a sudden I was struck in the eye.
It was like I was burning up, I'm being burnt alive.
The pain, my eye was like the size of a softball at that time.
Most of the police departments and law enforcement agencies involved said the incidents are under investigation. Several said projectiles were fired because rocks or other objects had been thrown at officers. Others said it was because crowds refused to disperse. The Post interviewed witnesses and reviewed 911 calls.
He's bleeding a lot and it hit his left eye.
Police reports, cell phone and surveillance video. In 3 cases where we obtained extensive images and video, those who were injured posed no obvious threat to the police. In each instance, video appears to undermine official accounts of the incident. The first of the 8 people blinded is Linda Tirado, a photojournalist covering unrest in Minneapolis. She is struck at about 12:30 a.m.
I want to make it, I'm watching this for the first time. I didn't know this. You heard all this shit about the lasers. I never knew that this had happened. Well, the narrative that gets to people and then what is remembered however many years later becomes the story of what happened. It's been 6 years and I just heard this for the first time. Like, did you really, do the laser story almost, and it, washed away? That has to be on purpose, all of the same exact day. Yeah, that was for me, that day marks this event that was happening. You would have thought it was for Black Lives Matter, but what they did, it's like they stripped my fucking ear canals. Nothing has ever been as loud as whatever the fuck they did on May 30th, and then made this, joke announcement. It was a clip from The Purge, where they say, for the next 24 hours, you can do all sorts of fucked up shit. God bless our country, blah, blah, blah. There was, happening on the balcony next door or something. And then years later, I never saw the documentary, but I saw the part of the clip where it looks like they're out on a balcony. I don't think it's the same people. But then, you do this, double thing. They have somebody do one thing, and then someone does it, and then you get them confused. And yet the next day after that, it's you stuck wax in my ears and waxed my ear canals. It felt raw. And then they had the motorcycles and the fucking, I remember looking out the window and it was buses going in circles, the 44 and the 4 specifically, in circles around the block, just I don't know what the fuck they were doing. Staging shit they thought I was gonna be recording. For some fucking reason, is what I've come to that's what I said, I'm not gonna, they make noise to this very day, they did it earlier tonight, and I said, I'm not gonna go record out the window every time they do something, they could just write, like, Antifa on the side of a car. And then do something fucked up. Because that's, like, the story they wanted to tell. Whoever the fuck is actually screwing with me. Or where the street I live on. Yeah, and then someone's gonna be a morbid asshole and tell you that you should have called the cops. Like they didn't see a moment of any of this footage. You're psycho at that. Like, I don't know what a psycho level of apathy. You're like, you either are a cop, you're so scared of the cops you don't know what to do, or like deranged in some kind of way. Like that you would tell me that I should just call the police. Yeah, you really didn't give a shit. If that's, like, that was what... Why don't you just call the cops?
Local time. Later that day, roughly 600 miles away, a second person is injured. This time, a protester.
To try and... Oh, they have now released the tear gas.
At about 5:15 p.m., police in riot gear begin firing gas at a crowd of protesters blocking traffic in an intersection that they've been ordered to leave in downtown Fort Wayne, Indiana. Protester Balin Brake is seen standing with his hands up. He turns to run. Just 18 seconds later, he is struck in the eye with a gas canister.
I had turned back around to kind of watch what was going on around me and, make sure nothing was coming up behind me. And it was within 30 seconds of me being turned around that I got hit in my eye.
Police alleged in a statement that Brake, quote, bent over to pick up a canister to throw it back at officers. When he bent over, another canister was deployed in the area, and that canister skipped and hit the protester in the eye. But in a slow-motion video obtained by the Post, the canister is visible as it shoots 140 feet across the intersection. It does not appear to skip or bounce. At the moment he is struck, Brake is standing near a street corner after having moved away from the police position. He is not bending over, and no canister is visible within reaching distance. Brake stumbles backward, drops his hat, moves to pick it up, and then is carried away by another protester.
I knew my eyesight was gone. Pretty much the whole time I've never once thought that I was going to have my eyesight back as once I got hit. I couldn't feel the right side of my face, and there was just blood coming down my face and out of my mouth.
Video shows at least 3 protesters, around 60 feet in front of Brake, lobbing or kicking canisters back at the police in the seconds before Brake is hit. The video doesn't show who fired at Brake. Officers at the scene in green uniforms, which are worn by the department's SWAT team, were carrying launchers that can be used to fire tear gas and smoke canisters or other less lethal projectiles. Fort Wayne Police Department rules allow officers to fire chemical agents, quote, when there is imminent threat to lives or property, or where damage or injury has already taken place.
We're going to go ahead and try to get out of the way. We do not want to be hit by that by any means.
Around 15 minutes later, in Cleveland, a third person is partially blinded. Protesters that day had smashed windows at the Justice Center, which houses the police department and the courts.
Squads 3 and 4, did you hear the order? Gas up. Put your mask on.
Cleveland Police and Cuyahoga County Sheriff's deputies had attempted to clear the area near the building's main entrance on Lakeside Avenue.
How could you know for a fact that they're not retaliating? Like, they're gonna try to put you through the justice system and everyone's gonna fucking screw with you. 'Cause they felt so personally attacked.
using sting ball grenades, flashbangs, smoke and gas to push back protesters. At about 5:20 p.m., 2 hours into the chaos, a traffic camera captures footage of John Sanders moving away from the crowd. He turns down 3rd Street, leaving Lakeside Avenue.
And I looked back and, just seeing like a cloud of smoke in the air, which set against the Justice Building, kind of created an interesting image. So I took a picture of it, and within that picture, I see there's some graffiti on the wall.
While Sanders is taking photographs, others are nearby filming the scene. As Sanders is walking alone at 5:33 p.m., he is struck in the left eye with a beanbag round, fired from the direction of the Justice Center offices. Beanbag rounds are small cloth pouches filled with lead shot fired from a shotgun. The rounds traveled at up to 290 feet per second.
I thought, just based off the pressure that, someone ran up on me, hit me with a brick or something.
Protesters rushed towards Sanders and carry him from the scene.
It wasn't until, they sat me in the corner and I finally opened my eye again. At that point, I realized, I just got shot and, the pain slowly started to creep in.
Roughly 25 minutes before Sanders is shot, an officer is seen with a shotgun inside the Justice Center. Cuyahoga County deputies used Mossberg 590 shotguns to fire beanbag rounds, a spokeswoman said. The Sheriff's Department said that its deputies fired less lethal rounds to, quote, prevent breaches of the Justice Center. The department's rules permit this to, quote, control a combative subject. Surveillance video and photos taken by another protester hit in the same location about 19 minutes later show deputies inside the Justice Center offices. Through broken windows, they are pointing guns to fire pellets and pepper balls. Over the course of the next several hours, 3 more people suffer injuries that leave them partially blinded. Brandon Sainz in Dallas. And in Denver, Russell Strong. And Jack Feldman. Shortly after 8 p.m. Pacific time, a 7th person is injured. This time, it happens in La Mesa, California. Protesters are gathered in the parking lot of the local police headquarters.
They put their foot on your neck!
According to police radio transmissions logs, officers issued dispersal orders at 7:52 p.m. Officers also report that they are, quote, taking rocks. Leslie Furcron is among the protesters. She is live streaming as she yells at officers,
Murderers! Murderers! Murderers!
And I was with my friend Bridget, we both were saying the same things, made a few statements.
She begins to walk away when police start firing gas.
I'm walking across.
It is the latest of several attempts to clear the parking lot. Furcron reaches the edge of the parking lot. She turns the camera on herself, sips from a canned drink, then tosses the can in the direction of the police, who are around 130 feet across the parking lot. 2 other officers are positioned on a terrace above the La Mesa Police Department. 6 seconds after tossing the can, Furcron is struck.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I felt like there was fire in her. Like I was like, oh. And I just started screaming. I couldn't see it. And your body is just like on fire.
A beanbag round lodged itself in Furcron's face between her eyes. La Mesa police officers used Remington 870 shotguns to fire beanbag rounds, a spokesman said. The department's rules say beanbag rounds may be used, quote, to stop aggressive behavior which, if not stopped, may result in serious injury or death. An account of the evening released by the police department said a beanbag round was fired toward Furcron after she was, quote, observed throwing an object at officers. La Mesa Police Chief Walt Vasquez said he believed the object was a can.
I believe it was a can.
Furcron said she was put into an induced coma.
I had to learn how to pick things up again, how to walk again, how to use the bathroom. They weren't going to let me out the hospital until they fully did all those things with me and got me back to strength.
And was released from the hospital after 9 days. Furcron said she believed the beanbag shot came from the direction of the terrace.
Because at the time, Bridget had told me, Leslie, look, they're shooting from the top tier. And after that, I was shot a little bit after that.
The Post spoke with two witnesses who corroborated her statement. If true, the officer shot at Furcron from around 90 feet away. An hour and a half after Furcron was injured, Sean Stearns was partially blinded in Kansas City. Of the 8 people who were partially blinded that day, 4 lost an eye, including Brayton Sanders. 3 permanently lost vision in one eye. Furcron lost vision in one eye, and doctors do not know if or when she will regain it.
There was 4 fractures in my face. I believe there was 3 around here, and then 1 down here. Then I had 2 lacerations, 1 through here, 1 through here. Then my eye was ruptured. It was injured.
It affected a lot of things like my balance. I'm still learning, trying to keep my balance sometimes.
Right now we're just waiting for the eye to either recuperate some strength and to stay in there for a little bit longer, but there's no vision, so eventually it's going to lose its strength, die off.
And the fact that it's, this is the last thing I have to be able to see the world. Is very scary, and the thought of taking my eye out definitely what I'm considering right now.
A ton of lead pellets were found in my eye and on the outer side of my eye. Just covered in blood. The beanbag was removed from my eye. They also found my eyelid because that was ripped, and they found that back in my sinuses. I'll be honest, there are days that I, get up now and it's just like, man, really another day like this. But I know that I can't think of it that way because every day's going to be like this.
I have dedicated, half a decade to covering these things, and I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to go out in the field again. In that capacity, because you don't want to be a danger to yourself or others.
It's been really difficult to even pick up a pencil or a pen and try to look at the canvas because there's no center anymore. And so that's been really difficult to try to overcome that and find a way to still create because it's something that I rely on to be happy.
I've lost my vision in my left eye. I have 20/20 in my right. I have had the eye doctor said all this got hit and it's all shattered. I gotta wait for somebody to come take me somewhere and do stuff for me. I was just taking care of mom, like somebody taking care of me. And I never thought this should be my story. I don't want to see the scar in the middle of my face yet.
The microphone should have, I hope it didn't fuck up though. It usually, if there's both going at the same time, it will echo. I thought it was off. Yeah, I need to be able to articulate it. Like, the military showed up, they took over Portland, and what, you got punished for not going outside because that's where they could fuck with people. They wanted to force, the whole thing was forcing people to go outside so they had an excuse to fuck with them. Not that it was an excuse, not that it was justified, but like that's how they could at least temporarily pretend you were some kind of threat. And I didn't go outside. I was never a threat. They could never pretend I was a threat. Again, not saying that people that did were. That's just the excuse. Like, it is your right to protest. You can't punish people by guilty by association. You can't deny them the right to assembly. Right, all of that too goes back to like, oh, well, God bless America. You gotta say why the Constitution's so awesome. Which is its own, like, power thing. Yeah, you just end up getting used for somebody's agenda, like, no matter what the fuck. And that, yeah, agenda means paychecks and a sense of security for other people, whether they deserve it or not. Whether they just went and, like, fucking assassinated everybody and they're the only ones left or not. Whether they gave a shit about anybody else actually or not, but, you know, just keep saying why you needed, well, some kind of police, and some kind of jail, and some kind of constitution, and some kind of, like, life couldn't just be fun. And people just don't fuck with each other. Oh, no. That's my idealistic daydream. And they gave me so many like you need something. Even if it's a jail for the cops that are bad and doing fucked up shit. Like, you needed something that just upholds the rule of law. That would still need the same, like, system to process people doing fucked up shit. Yeah, the idea, like, someone's been screwing with you for years, yeah? And they wanted you to call who for help? Because it's the two sides of the same coin. Yeah, that whole one plays God, one plays the devil, they fuck each other, and you get caught in the middle. But yeah, just good cop, bad cop shit. And either way, they get paychecks. Yeah, would the people screwing with me even be able to articulate all that? Like, they knew better than I did? Or they didn't even realize, like, how bad whatever the fuck they were doing was, like, on a philosophical level. They were just taking orders from somebody. I mean, it's a question, like, that won't get answered. But yeah, I felt like somebody wanted me to end up outside, and they were gonna hurt me if like, as a That was like a plan somebody had. It was just an instinct, an intuition. Like, yeah, people were mad I wasn't going outside. And then at the same, either punishing me for not going outside or trying to keep me inside. Like, well, if they really wanted you to go outside, why would they make it, like, terrifying and... Yeah, you want to pretend I'm like a dog and treat me like a dog? Wouldn't you, like, try to use bait to get the dog to go outside? No, you made all sorts of, like, scary shit happen. Yeah, all the false fire... The fire alarm's gone off 50 times for no reason. For no reason. If that was somebody's idea, trying to make you go outside... They hijacked a natural bodily process of, like... Yeah, it's a way to kill your, like, nervous system. And make you worry that you're gonna burn to death. They think that's funny or something. There was no reason. Yeah, again, the metaphor of, like, somebody hit you with a car, and they're just really mad you can't walk it off. Now they look bad. They caused damage to you. And they have gone out of their fucking way to try to make it, oh, she can walk, it's fine. Yeah, sure. How dare you hit my car with your body? Like, what? Sure. Yeah, any excuse besides, like... And it's not just like they hit you on accident. They hit you on purpose. They know that they did. Maybe that's why they're so bent to try to, like, make it seem like they didn't. Right, and then what? We're gonna try to make it seem like someone else was driving. We're gonna say someone else hit her with their car. Yeah, we're gonna pay this guy to hit her and then set him up to take the fall. You know, like anything besides them actually getting fucked for hitting me in the first place. Yeah, and then I get hit twice. Or more. And again, you're still mad because I can't walk it off. You keep hitting me with a fucking car. Metaphorically. Right, my sister actually did get hit with a truck. She was in a coma for 3 days. I mean, it's not like... I wasn't alive yet, but... Well, I'm not making a joke about anybody getting hit with cars. Like, it's not a simple metaphor just for the sake of illustration. Like, There is no universe where I should have been forced out of my home, and you not taking me seriously one day should prove that you were in on it. Might as well raise your hand and say, like, you fucked with me. For how much you didn't care. Have someone figure out what the fuck they ever do with this place. Right, there you go again. Exactly. You need cops and jails and a rule of law of some kind. Like, you need somebody to figure out who was fucking with you. They're future cops, but like, it's like it made you need this stuff. Yeah, somebody else gets to go fucking live a fairy tale. They'll never have an issue with the courts or the police or anybody. They'll just get to go shopping, make crafts, be in love, have a family. Whose kid were they? Like... Yeah, they end up being one of these people that can just write everybody's human rights problems off because they couldn't possibly fucking, like... Why didn't you just call the police? Oh, I would never understand. Those must just be bad people. Why are anybody homeless? They must just do drugs. Like... and not the right kinds of drugs. Not, like, they can't afford the good drugs. Like, no sense of empathy, because they, like, why would they understand? Well, yeah, I never got to talk to anybody during or after the protests. So all those people that seem so spoiled, was this a way to try to make them seem less spoiled? Because now you all have this in common. Totally traumatized by the police. Oh, that's a whole other, like, fucking screwed up concept. Everyone's just so hard and edgy. Everyone's so cool. What, you're all equals now?
This is Lake Street in Minneapolis.
Lake Street is like a central ground.
It's the day after George Floyd died in police custody. Protests took place across the city.
It was a peaceful protest.
There was other people out there that, wanted to cause destruction.
People just showed up to just mess with the city.
You can burn Lake Street in a night.
Yeah, they were like in the military. That just showed up to like mess with the city. And then someone pretended it was somebody else.
But you can't rebuild it in a day.
Over the course of the next 2 days, buildings along Lake Street were destroyed. And false rumors about the cause of the violence ran rampant.
With the riots and the looting, we had a lot of out-of-state people.
You could hear people ask, where's Lake Street, while we're walking on Lake Street.
The people that are doing this are not Minneapolis residents.
A viral tweet sparked another rumor that the anti-fascist group Antifa was behind the violence. 3 days later, the president appeared to confirm this theory.
The memory of George Floyd is being dishonored by rioters, looters, and anarchists. The violence and vandalism is being led by Antifa and other radical left-wing groups.
Experts were skeptical.
I know there have been a lot of arrests. I'm not sure I've seen any evidence to suggest that any of those have been linked to those who believe in Antifa ideas.
So we decided to investigate.
They better say something about the very basic concept of anti-fascist. Everyone with half a brain and a soul would be anti-fascist. Whether you knew the label of it or not. It's not a group, it's not a club, it's not a membership. It's just like, you're not gonna be fascist. You're not gonna be into fascism. So they took something that's like just like a basic human concept and then turned it into like something they could demonize you over. Yeah, we'll take up all their time and energy making them fight for some basic fucking like... I'm trying to relate it to something else like love. You know, like, is love a good thing? Usually, yeah. Like, you start a club and you call it love and you burn people's houses down. Like, no, but that's not what love was in the first place. And people that loved love weren't in a club and weren't gonna do fucked up shit to anybody. And like, and then you got people that would love and like think that they were in at least solidarity with people by saying that they were in like a love group. And then you got people that would say the same thing, but they're like infiltrators. And how the fuck would you know the difference? Like, I think that's literally happening. It's not even just an example. Like, people taking the last name Love, making a joke about what love is, doing weird fucked up shit in the name of love, but it's like they don't really love anything. They're just nihilists and making fucked up jokes. But you can't like deny that love is like fundamental to human existence. It's as basic as water. And these fuckers go and like poison the water. Everyone needs to drink water. Yeah, even poisoning the idea of drinking water to just like fuck with you mentally.
The Antifa, it really refers to a decentralized network of militants that oppose what they believe and what they call are fascist, racist, or otherwise right-wing extremist groups.
In recent years, Antifa has focused on counter-protests for big white nationalist events.
It's not entirely out of the question that some white supremacists might show up at some of the protests, and that could then drive Antifa to show up.
Right, again with the analogy here. Anti-fascists? And it's like, we're anti-fascists, and we're anti-fascists. We're gonna call ourselves Antifa. Okay, we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna do fucked up shit. Two different groups. You know, one is a liar. We're the lovers. Okay, we're gonna call ourselves the lovers. We're the Christians. We're gonna call ourselves the Christians, but we're gonna go beat the shit out of people. Like, you understand the fucking difference? I don't know why there's not an easier metaphor to like, because I feel like I've had to over-explain it. And it's like the way you want to explain it to some like kid in middle school that just like showed up on Earth consciously and all they've heard is like Antifa is scary. Like Antifa's even like a thing. And it's scary. And it's not just like being anti-fascist was like drinking water. And then there's people that like decided to be like the drink water people. But there's no club or membership or anything. They're just the people who drink water. And then you had some people that are like, fuck those guys, let's screw everything up. And we'll say that we're the drink water people too. I mean, you could say the same in like any fucking group. You got some like legitimate people and then people that want to infiltrate it and fuck it up. And they're gonna call themselves like the same things. But yeah, you still want to lose the idea that it's even like a group as if you have a membership or like... It's something even more boundaryless. Like, yeah, everyone drinks water. These people were just people like that encourage other people to drink water. They're not a group. They're not part of the American Water Society. There's no like membership. They just they like water and it's good, so they tell people to drink it. And then then there's the poisoners, and they're like, here, drink this. And they're like fucking with people. And the whole point is to get them mixed up, because they wanted to fuck with the people that are telling you to be healthier and drink more water. Yeah, from my perspective, whatever the fuck Antifa is, it didn't even exist before 2020. I mean, I've heard things to the contrary, that it's been around since like the 80s or something. But I'd never heard of it. Like, I hadn't even heard the term anti-fascist, which I think is really scary because I'm half Jewish. That term should have come up at some point in my education. Whether I was Jewish or not, but like, especially... Yeah, imagine not teaching Jews about the Holocaust. Like, on purpose. And you don't think that would be really demented. Like, we're just not gonna tell them. Someone is stomping around upstairs all of a sudden again.
Still, sorting out who is and isn't Antifa isn't always straightforward.
It's a challenge because this is not an organized group. You're essentially looking to try to identify, what does somebody believe in?
There is nothing shameful, wrong, or about being, like, it's like anything else on the planet. It's a background people have. It doesn't even mean shit. Like, you take a DNA test, it comes back and says you're half Jewish. Like, that's what the fucking DNA test says. What the fuck? I don't have to pretend I'm anything else. I'm also half a lot of other things. What the fuck? Yeah, and I can say it all the lived all. I'm a good person. I'm a good example of a human being. It's weird of you to make me be like some kind of model minority thing. Like... Yeah, someone else can be all bent out of shape with their own bigotry. Like, I'm a humanist by philosophy. Like, you could give a shit, I guess. Like... Maybe they're mad because it proves that being Jewish isn't just a religion, and some people think that. Some people think you can't be Jewish unless your mom was Jewish. I mean, genetically speaking, you know, that's not the case. And I got 2 different fucking DNA tests to, like... Yeah, this is interesting to me that it doesn't link into here, but because this is on my mother's side. And it, again, like I said, I don't want to do some weird fucking blood quantum thing. This one says 2%. This one says 1%. I don't even know what ancestor it's supposed to be. You know, it's like somebody, I can't figure out who. Somebody from between 1840 and 1720. It doesn't go back farther than that. Like, this says 1720 and 1840. Oh, I just said that, but backwards. Sorry. Yeah. And they were like 100%. Yeah, it's like the most recent that was 100% of something. That they themselves weren't parts of a lot of things. And, you know, this should just be scientifically interesting. You can't know my character, my personality, what I would say or do or be because of this. It's just, like, interesting. You can't, like, know me by knowing this list of stuff. I've lived in America my entire life. I've never even gotten to visit anything besides the Czech Republic. So yeah, I'm half Jewish. I'm not ashamed of it. I don't think it's a bad I think it's kind of cool. I have nothing to do with Israel. Maybe that's why they're mad. Like, yeah, I also don't think that you should say fuck Israel anymore. It's like, hold Netanyahu into account. Or the IDF, or both. The Duterte and the people that carried out executions. You know. You hold the leader accountable. No one's saying fuck the Philippines. Why would you? He's currently detained in the Netherlands. Right, and Netanyahu just went through several different states on his airplane and no one stopped it. Right? Like, the U.S. didn't arrest him. And they had me, I sat here and watched little babies die for fucking 2 years. They don't talk about it as much, or show the same images as much. It kind of like took a break. And then they started talking about Epstein again. Which is, yeah, demented. But that's like the news. I can't control the news and what they say, and when, and why. Yeah, remember there was a war between Ukraine and Russia? That hasn't really been in the news at all. And you know, and they never talk about India and Pakistan, and they never talk about China and Taiwan, and they never really talk about, maybe like 1 or 2 times, have they talked about Sudan, and that's just one country. They never talk about South America. Yeah, they just started talking about Venezuela. That's been on the map for like 2 years now, though. It's like, no matter what you do or where you turn, something is a pawn for some other shit.
Sometimes members carry flags, wear patches, leave marks with graffiti. They often wear all black and can be identifiable by how they organize. We spoke with eyewitnesses, reviewed dozens of videos and photos from violent incidents on May 26th, 27th, and 28th in Minneapolis, but found no clear evidence that Antifa was responsible for the violence.
Saw like little crowds, maybe of people wearing all black, but at the same time, I wouldn't identify them as part of that group just because my boyfriend would go out there sometimes wearing all black too, and it was more of a, it's a little sign of, Black Lives Matter without, having the wording on there.
There were reports of some Antifa at different protests, but they stood back, did not engage, certainly not in a violent way.
Records from the Minneapolis police show the vast majority of those arrested were in fact from the surrounding area and were for non-violent actions. At least 9 people have been charged in federal court for crimes connected to the protests in Minneapolis. None of the charging documents point to an Antifa affiliation. But the president and the Trump administration were clear. Antifa started the violence.
But in recent days, our nation has been gripped by professional anarchists, violent mobs, arsonists, looters, criminals, rioters, Antifa, and others.
Minneapolis was far from the only city that saw massive protests.
As I've looked at the over 140 cities where there have been protests and talked to U.S. officials within some of the joint terrorism task forces, by far the vast majority of violence that they have told me by far has been sort of local hooligans, sometimes gangs, sometimes just individuals that are trying to take advantage of an opportunity.
More than 14,000 people across 49 cities have been arrested since May 27th. But law enforcement officials have not yet established a meaningful link to Antifa. More than 80 people have been charged in federal court with crimes connected to the nationwide protests. Currently, 4 are known to have white nationalist affiliations, including one person charged with killing a police officer in Oakland. None have known ties to Antifa. An FBI intelligence bulletin, first reported by ABC, suggested white nationalists were more likely to be behind the violence.
We have found significantly more, right-wing extremists, whether it's anti-government types, even some white supremacists, that we can say we have evidence that they showed up, and very little, frankly, to suggest that Antifa has.
That begs the question, how did the president come to blame Antifa?
No, the reverse psychology nightmare of we're gonna take these people that have legitimate concerns, we're gonna militarize them, we're gonna make them think that burning shit is the way to go, and they're gonna end up giving themselves cancer like you wouldn't believe, because they're burning shit. There's got to be a million ways. And then you're also trying to say, there's some credibility to the concept, and it's not just the military burning stuff and calling themselves Antifa. So fuck with the actual anti-fascists that, would have never joined the military. I'm pretty sure that's a solid concept. They would see the military themselves as fascist. Someone who was anti-fascist. I would have never joined the military. I'm anti-war. Yeah, I'm remembering someone saying our first prerogative is to not go to war and avoid it at all costs. And then if we do, it is to dominate. Yeah, how hard did they try not to go to war? Come on. Yeah, something has been fucked up, and it's always gonna be, because no one is gonna, be able to even just, figure it out. they'll just eat the narrative given to them without question, without being able to differentiate, and like, and it'll never get figured out who's really like screwing with people and who really had good intentions and who really just got like manipulated or whatever. Like,
Spontaneous chain of events took place online in the days following the first protest in Minneapolis and the destruction of Lake Street. On May 27th, a viral tweet claimed, without evidence, that Antifa was connected to the violence of the protests.
Within a day, there were numerous stories across the far-right media ecosystem which alleged that Antifa terrorists were responsible for one incident or another.
On May 29th, there were dozens more protests, and Twitter mentions of Antifa reached roughly 300,000. By May 30th, they were nearly 5 times that. That same day, Trump blamed Antifa for the violence of the protests. On May 31st, social media mentions of Antifa peaked after Trump tweeted he would name Antifa a terrorist organization, although he has no authority to do so under existing law. Google Trends show that search interest for Antifa far surpassed instances of
again, yeah, like you can just imagine a sci-fi level alternate history. Okay, I can't say what really happened. Here's like a story version. Take it for it's fiction. But you had a group of people, they considered themselves anti-fascist, and then they were like, or anarchistic. They liked Green Day. Like, the extent of it was like just liking Green Day, for example. Again, this is a story, not like... And then they take those people, and they say, like, here's some black bloc outfits. Here's a concept you've never heard of before. You're Antifa now. You're some kind of, like, powerful group. Welcome to the cool kids club. And they don't realize the military is doing this. It just seems like radical, intellectual, maybe a little bit older, but not, like, untrustworthy, like, somebody, like, that they can believe in, telling them what to do. And then they go and they label them all as terrorists. After the fact. After they have made them into this group. Because it was really about... It might as well be like corralling a bunch of sheep. Like, they got them to pack together, and then they're gonna get them to go where they want them to fucking go. And they did that by making it seem like it was illegal to exist. And all they did was target kids that liked Green Day. Yeah, that had a pin that they bought from fucking Hot Topic. And they wanted to put him away somewhere because someone wants to take over the government, and the government can't have power if most of the people were kind of like anarchistic in the first place. It is like everyone was like anti-capitalist, and then someone comes up and they like steal Coca-Cola. I don't know, whatever. Some multi-billion-dollar fucking company, and they just want to make the money now. They don't want to hear all of these, like, progressive people that knew all along the shit was bad. And they found a way to, like, squish them together and try to throw them out. And they never changed the name of the company. So you don't really understand. It's like a totally different Yeah, a captain took over a ship. The people on the ship knew things were fucked up and were, like, ready for revolution. And the captain was like, but I still want to make money on the ship. I can't. It's a cruise line. And they dump everybody overboard, go and pick up new people. And continue the... How mysterious. Anyway, I didn't really say anything different. But yeah, they dump everybody. They pick up new people. They call it the same fucking thing. No one knows it's any different. America. The boat is called America. And that's why there's no feeling really. I see pictures. Yeah, no kings. They just had a nice protest. There was something that happened a little while ago. There was a protest, like at Pioneer Square. It looks like people showed up and there were pictures in the news. There's the ICE protests. But, I mean, it's a fraction of the number of people. It's definitely not the same vibe. Yeah, is it, like, just enough to keep up appearances? Yeah, just so you can't say, oh, they're totally fucking gone. Where did everybody go? Oh my god, this is fucked up. It's not as much of a metaphor as it's too real. It's too, that's the feeling. Like, I've been using this, I think the Titanic, and I would never get on a white supremacy boat, and the Titanic was, like, doomed to fail. Like, it was, like, orchestrated. Yeah, that's too close to home in ways that, like... Oh, yeah, Milton Hershey just mysteriously didn't get on the fucking thing. And lived. That's not a plug for Hershey. It's an understanding that, like, maybe that was a tip-off. It wasn't, oh, a miracle, and... I mean, what would that story have done at the time? Tried to make you think that rich and poor alike, were at the mercy of God. And make you cry for, like, anybody dying... It served a function. It's like... Even the movie, kind of like... I mean, you root for Kate Winslet to live. Yeah, there just wasn't room, my ass. Is, like... the metaphor. And I just explained, like, what did maybe something do? If I was supposed to go out and anybody I meet now, it would have been so much solidarity that wasn't there before because everybody's, like, fucked over by the cops. and everybody has, like, a reason to feel, like, what, oppressed? Like it evened a playing field or something? It's not like... Yeah, like, they'd rather you hate the cops than talk about poor people. No one gave a shit about my Hershey stuff. Ever. But what, now if you ever, like, met up with the same people again, and if they had been there, I don't know if they were. I don't know if they were anywhere near here. We haven't talked for years. But just, like, imagine meeting up with all the people you ever met, and they were like, yeah, now, we all are scared of the fucking police in a way that we never were before. I guess, like, we're closer friends now. Yeah, I feel like I see what you did there. I mean, are they gonna try to make everybody fucking homeless too? Just for appearance's sake? Like, some people obviously would still have, like, a different experience of homelessness. Yeah, or they could have just, been forced to leave. Who knows where the fuck they went. I don't know, were they just as poor as me? There was always something weird that, like... Like, yeah, like I said, people talking about fucking Ayn Rand. Poor people wouldn't like fucking Ayn Rand. They either didn't understand her or, like, something else was going on. That makes no goddamn sense. You're right, the only famous person that even comes close to, like, Foster... There was Cher and Oprah. Yeah, sure, I can verify that. Click, Oh, right, Marilyn Monroe, kinda. Yeah. Yeah, she counts. It does say Eddie Murphy, fostered by aunts. Ice-T. Tiffany Haddish. Why did it only come up with Cher before? Steve Jobs was adopted. Eleanor Roosevelt was a double orphan. Lived with her grandmother. A double orphan? You mean like a full orphan? Whatever. Simone Biles. How come Cher's not even on here? She's on this one. they have John Lennon on there. This is weird. I mean, I've looked it up before, and it was like the only person was Cher. Maybe it was the way I worded it. And yeah, Oprah's not on here. No, she's on there. Okay. I've clicked on these before, yeah. He was adopted at 5 weeks old. Maybe that's why. I didn't count people that were adopted as babies by somebody well off as the same situation. Motorcycle sound. At 2:15 in the morning, yeah. Well, it is, like, okay, you were an orphan, but you never... If they hadn't told you, you wouldn't have known the difference, and they were, like, totally regular... Yeah, had everything they needed people, like... That is not the same as being in and out of foster care. Or... Yeah, being raised by people who are not your parents. There's no universe where they're your parents. You shouldn't expect them to be like your parents. You're, like, disposable, almost. You learn that you come and go, and people come and go. So different than, like... You can't say it's the same. Okay, there's more than just Cher and Oprah. But yeah, still not a ton more. Maybe I was looking specifically for people that, like... Yeah, not sports figures. A lot of these people are sports. Well, 'cause the music becomes the consciousness in a way that sports... Yeah, sports don't put words to things, like, the same way that a song does. It just... It doesn't become the atmosphere. It's not like people don't matter in sports, but it's not like... It's not the same thing. What can offer consistency? Oh my god, no. Like, get the fuck out of here. You mean being adopted could offer, like, being in a foster care situation is like the opposite of, like, you are full of shit. Yeah, let's put you in like 7 different homes and say it had consistency. Go fuck yourself. Like, oh my god, anyway.
Conversation around the group in 2017 and 2018.
Search interest in Antifa was so great, in fact, that it outweighed search interest in Black Lives Matter during these protests.
Rumors started to appear on social media about a wide variety of
Vomit. Cue vomit sounds. Like,
allegations about Antifa's actions.
So whether it's, Antifa buses are dropping people off at rallies, or Antifa is talking about showing up in the suburbs to create chaos, or Antifa is leaving bricks in cities where there are protests, all of that has been a coordinated effort at misinformation. Frankly, more coordinated than it seems Antifa has been in actually being on the ground.
Counter-protesters and armed militias came to stop Antifa protests that were never planned. Trump even promoted a false conspiracy theory, saying a 75-year-old protester in Buffalo was Antifa after he was shoved by police.
I think sometimes it's easier to believe that extremists are responsible for chaos or looting or rioting than it is to just accept the fact that Americans are angry.
For us, we kind of had to like take a step back and think, all right, well, we can't get mad at the people for getting angry. All you got to do is kind of push them in the right direction.
Without waiting for arrest data or other facts, the president and members of his administration placed an outsized burden of blame on Antifa that has led to more chaos and violence in an already turbulent moment.
Again, with the, like, historical, sci-fi, fictional, alternate history stuff. Like, you can't know, so they made up a story about it. And the concept of, like, okay, you had real anti-fascists, and then you had people that wanted to, like, fuck with everybody. I guess that is it. In my mind, there was, like, multiple, like, people that they were mad at Black Lives Matter, so they took advantage. And then called themselves that, so they would take the blame. People that, yeah, wanted to out-protest the protesters, or, yeah, say fuck you to everybody. And again, they weren't like the actual... Right, maybe I do need to, like... How long did you say this Antifa thing was a thing? Since the 90s? Why hadn't I ever heard of it? Well, I Occupy Wall Street was like, if you were ever gonna hear of news, like, why didn't you hear about it then? Or like through the Daily Show, or... I didn't really watch Democracy Now! But yeah, my, like, friend watched The Daily Show. I'm gonna say, like, whenever it came on. And I, you know, was there sometimes, and they talked to me about it. We went to the fucking rally to restore sanity in DC. Well, and that was like the spirit of protest back in like 2010 or whatever. 2011. When was it? It was like something fun. Right. For some fucking reason, Kid Rock was there. Which feels really fucking weird now. Yeah. Even then, I was like, why? Okay, why? Just to give it a country... Somebody country that they thought kids would like. It's just like... Right, Shabuzi would have been there if it was today. Yeah, you know. Oh, The Daily Show was cool as fuck. It's like smart people stuff. It was Jon Stewart was associated with MTV. So like 2010. Roots, they ended up being the band for Colbert. Tweety. That's the guy from Wilco, right? Kid Rock and Sheryl Crow, Ozzy Osbourne. Oh shit. I didn't remember that. I'm sorry. That's like the coolest part. Tony Bennett. I didn't realize it was actually Ozzy or something. I remember just being like really like, why is Kid Rock here? And being like overwhelmed by being like, you know, giant crowd of people. Yeah, giant crowd of people, and it's why this. Right, and people had, I feel like that was more of a, the signs people had were very jokey, like, medals of reasonableness. We were pretty far away from the stage. I don't know. and or fear. Yeah, I'm debating whether to show the pictures or not. Someone with more outrage. Sorry, someone with more courage than a 7-year-old girl. Or, sorry, someone with more courage, a 7-year-old girl. Fearzilla. No, it's never the end of times. Never let someone make you think it's the end of the world. That is such a way to fuck with you. I guess this, yeah, stuff like this. That's such a terrible example. Yeah. Fear one. Sound. I haven't watched Stephen Colbert for like a minute. Why did you stop watching him? When he's about to go off air in May, and I don't know, got these feelings. Oh, someone can fuck with you this way, but then they're gonna threaten to evict you? What's that supposed to make you think, like, what does that do to your psychology? Fucking asshole. Right, what can we get away with? What is the point of fucking with me at all? I have said that I'm being stalked. No one wants to believe me. Apparently. They don't want to take it serious. They don't want to care. What, they're gonna fucking murder me to prove they were stalking me? Go away! I haven't stopped anybody from doing fucking anything. Just fucking liars. Was never trying to have power over anybody else. Like, it's just like fucking demented. You just show up in somebody's house and you pretend shit until they get driven crazy. Go the fuck away. Oh, clearly they've been driving in circles all fucking night by the sound of it. Like, what's the difference? They can go drive off a fucking cliff. Why don't they go to their hotel room or their house or wherever the fuck they're sleeping and go leave me the fuck alone? I think the last time I looked at this was when Patty Smith... Oh, right. He had Sydney Sweeney on. And I was like, fuck this. Yeah, imagine we're an entertainment show. Yeah, most people only got their insight into anything from us, but we're just here to have fun. We don't, like, really have a soul or anything. A bunch of people died. Let's, that's what we do. We just joke. Who cares? The younger generation will inherit the war and get murdered because of something fucking Trump did. Whatever. We'll be dead by then. Or able to live, on the moon, far away from everybody anyway.
If there's statements we've heard politicians say that don't quite make sense at rallies, state fairs, in that one friend's feed, let us know. Send us a note or a tweet with what they said and your question. We'll check.
Oh, that's real nice. Out people for being idiots. Please, we need reasons to make articles about stuff. Like... Don't take anything too seriously. You're just a pawn in their game and a joke, and if you took it really seriously, we'd have to be sad when you die. I thought I was gonna look something up, but now, like... It's 2:38 in the morning. It is a weird place to cut it. I don't know. I need a break, and last time I took a break, I fell asleep for 2 hours and ran out of space. Yeah, anything that, like, from a future standpoint, man, I wish you had just talked about this before you went to bed. Yeah, housing, healthcare, education, and food, human rights, genocide, COVID, military takeovers, false flags, proxy wars, psych ops, the militarization of citizens, using them as experiments and practice, citizen, civilian, whatever fucking word you want to use, like, people who are not in the military and were not police. How many times could I have died already, potentially, and I didn't, but, like, would they have given a fuck if I had? Yeah, telling people I felt stalked, being ignored. Telling people I was harassed and terrorized and being ignored. Telling people, like, some fucked up shit is happening and being ignored. Feeling like they want to set up a scenario. They don't want to help you. They want to stage something. Wanting so bad to know what the actual clear fact of the matter is. Like, here are all the pieces at play. Here's what everyone's trying to do. Do they even know it themselves? How many people are they're dead? The death toll, who's dead, and, like, these pieces that are in play aren't going to be honest because they had something to do with those people that are dead. Yeah, at the very least, being able to sleep because I know I was not complicit with genocide. And I tried to think it through. That is what a good person would do. Now, again, are you trying to make me feel more Jewish, actually? And why would you do that? What are you getting out of it by, like... Yeah, it's like a reverse psychology indoctrination. It depends on what angle you look at it from. Somebody, like, doesn't like Jewish people. They wanted you to be more, like, identify with it stronger because they didn't like them, and then they thought that made you, like, a threat. Or a villain, or something. Like, they decided that was an automatic out to them. Even though, like, why would that be? Like, that's insane. Then there's the angle of people that, like, wanted you to be more strongly Jewish or whatever Jewish men because they wanted to, like, I don't know. It's like a good thing, but it's backhanded. I'm not even sure how to put it. Like, well, is it that they like Jewish people or they liked the idea that you would call yourself Jewish? And it wasn't just to hurt me? I mean, again, I am half Jewish, but like, you stand me up next to somebody that went to temple, that learned Hebrew, that like has had Hanukkah every year their whole life, and Seder dinners, and yeah, stuff I just have the most tip of the iceberg concept about, that wasn't in my life at all, really. I've never had a Seder dinner. Like, you stand me up next to somebody who's like religiously Jewish, or even more like stronger, and I mean, it's like, I'm just a humanist. What the fuck? Like, and I'm not gonna become religious so that you can like make me more Jewish. Yeah, sure. Someone wants to stick you in a certain house, or they wanted like a Jew on their team, but you have to be more Jewish first, and then they can have like a Jew on their team. And they don't care about you being a humanist? Like they filled a quota or something. Yeah, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, they wanted you to be more Jewish so that they could be more something, and then have you guys get together and make it look like they found peace. Yeah, you gotta be more Jewish, and they're gonna be more Muslim, and they're gonna get you to marry each other. And then they use you as a story. That's a story, like, they're making Barbie dolls out of people, and it was just like a story they liked. Oh, you're both atheists? And then they're just like, oh, well, never mind. Like, you know, it's just a fucked up story. Yeah, and at the end of the day, whose team would that be, like, for the religion team? Look, we got a Jew and a Muslim to fall in love. And they would be like, yay, religion about it. And that's why they don't give a shit if you're actually both atheists. And that wasn't the story they wanted. It makes no sense. Someone has, followed my entire life. They knew I was a humanist my whole life. I've written about it, talked about it, openly and explicitly my whole life. You, like, literally did not know me. If you thought anything different, And then what? They're prompting me to bitch about why I don't have somewhere else to live and I was supposed to be in Portland. It has protections for non-believers. That's all you want me to try? You're prompting me to say that? Go fuck yourself. No, it's literally like somebody throwing suggestions of things through my window. Like, I don't know who the fuck they are or what the fuck they're trying to do. And it's annoying and it makes you look crazy. Like, blah, yeah, and then these like, you get like part of it and then the end is garbled. Let me know when you have some respect for, and then it's garbled. What? Stop fucking with me, you psycho. What are you doing? Giving me, like, brain cancer? Whatever fucking thing you developed to even do this stupid, like... Fucking asshole. No, I don't need to be in a facility. No, I'm not crazy. No, you can't just keep doing this to people forever, and they're supposed to be too stupid to ever figure it out. Fuck you! No, the idea you can't explicitly say, like, someone is using some kind of, like, new sound tech shit to, like, make it look like you have, like, schizophrenia, essentially. And it's just, like, sending thought shit through your fucking, like, room somehow. Yeah, there you go, someone, like, pounded on my ceiling. It's just some kind of, like, acoustic technique. It's fucking annoying and really mean. And someone will figure it out. I'm not crazy. I'm not hearing things that aren't there. And then what? These fucking people, like, pretend to be other people. Like, as if they went and they got, like, the sound of their voice. So either, like, the asshole is actually there, or they're just pretending to be them with, like, an AI thing. And it's like, it makes you glad you didn't know your fucking family that well. Because it doesn't even make sense, like, that they would be there. It's like, does that kind of sound like your dad? Yeah, and he would, like, have never even talked that much. Or said those things. Or, like, and he's dead. Like, end of fucking story. What, did you go and spend years recording his voice to, like, try to fuck with people? Other people that were really close to their families must be, like, so fucking, like... Oh, they'll start believing they can hear ghosts or something at that point, because they actually, like, would believe this shit. I'm not believing this shit. You're using some kind of tech and fucking with me. Evil bastard. Yeah, the things like, did they think something would give you comfort? Why? I mean, they, like, really never did their own research to, like, understand how much some shit would never be, like, comforting. Makes no goddamn sense. Yeah, they thought they could just either drive you crazy or make you leave. And just trying to, like, play little fucked up games that try to drive you crazy or make you leave. They'll do this to other people then. And eventually there'll be enough people it happened to and enough, like... You're not gonna get away with it forever. Right, how somebody would just, like, I guess I will say nothing for the rest of my life, as if that's going to protect me. They were always just trying to silence you anyway. Like, I'm not giving them what they want. I'm not going to kill myself, and I'm not going to be silenced, and I'm not going to just not exist. Fuck you. Who cares what the fuck your genetic background is? You never knew me. All this back and forth, whether someplace is somebody's home or not, they're just driving you nuts. Get the fuck out of my room. Oh my fucking god! Go fuck yourself with all your terrorist shit. That wasn't even a gun sound, right? That was like a popping tire or something. There's a bunch of fucking assholes. What, there's the one guy, yeah, whoever the fuck is doing this to me is a fucking asshole. Stupid, planned fucking loser. Yeah, maybe they drove over a soda can or something. I don't give a fuck. So, how many millions of times have they done it? Fuck you. Yeah, they just want you to be, like, something scary. They want things scary around you. They think it's gonna, like, change it. You've already done it a million times. All your stupid, scary crap. Fuck you. Every stupid, scary thing you've ever done. Fuck you. Manipulative fucking creep show. No, they used to do, like, so many different things, 100 times a day. Pop, bang, booms, whatever the fuck, 1,000,000 times a day. Fuck you. Yeah, that just sounded like a garbage truck. Right, so what, they just, like, put something in the fucking garbage truck and popped a bag? You're a fucking asshole. Did you overhear that in the middle of the night, you goddamn stalker? I hope you fucking hate yourself. You overhear that? Someone will trace all your fucking money, you piece of shit. Little warped fucking game that you're playing, whatever the fuck it is. Shut my fucking speaker off. It's fuck you! Fucking bullshit. Fucking evil, stupid bullshit. No, the fucking psychopaths made me disabled and unable to work. Fuck you! Stupid fucking cult. No, all of that was just a fucking attack. Fuck you! The fuck? Yeah, I'm just remembering the goddamn judge specifically bringing up the trash thing. And I said it felt like there's like a circle of friends or something fucking with me. It's a court document now, isn't it? You're so obsessed of keeping the rule of law. Get the fuck out of my room! Oh my god, oh, blah, blah, blah. Arguments for other people that get paychecks that I don't see. Get out of my room! Evil fucking bullshit. Fucking terrorist. What the fuck is wrong with them? Now it smells like burning shit again, because that's all they fucking do. They're terrorists. They make bang noises and burn shit. Get the fuck out of my room! Or some fucking stupid metaphor about calling human beings garbage. That's all that's their only joke. No, I don't fuck with fire. I don't fuck with fucking screwing with people. I don't do fucked up shit to people. You can rot in hell. Of your own making. Yeah, Bernie, I'm like, what are you looking at the time? It's totally out of context. I wanted Bernie to win. If they had won in 2016, you wouldn't be sitting here on the brink of eviction. Again, it's like someone didn't want the world to get better. Like, not for you. Not for your generation. Maybe some future kid. Oh, that's right. You probably won't have kids at all, right? Like... So definitely somebody else's future kid. Well, and I wouldn't want to have a kid with some fucking staged psychop shit that's gonna just, like, wait till I died and take my kid or something either anyway. Yeah, you know, someone said this shit to me. I don't do drugs. I'm a cannabis patient, but I don't do, like... I've never even, like, had a needle in my home. But this lady at the last job I had, she said that someone gave her a hot shot. I had to even look up what the fuck a hot shot was. Like, when you mix, like, heroin and coke or something. And they killed her in front of her 2-year-old kid. Like, way to go, lady. You didn't, like, protect that mom or something. You seem to have this, like, crazy information. And you went out of your way to tell me this stupid fucking story. But it was like as if they waited for the kid to be 2 and, like, killed their mother. In front of the kid. She didn't say who did it. She just, like, out of absolutely nowhere told me this awful fucking story. Yeah, my own life is full of people that were taken from their parents. That's all it was kids taken from their parents, or the parents, like, in a sense, gave up their rights to have them sent to school. I mean, however you want to phrase it. They were given to somebody else. So, I mean, what would you ever expect to happen? No, if I have a kid, I want to raise my kid. And I want the dad to be part of that. And want to be part of that. Yeah, they don't like kill him too or something because they want everybody to get raised by a single parent. Because then the parent really stressed and doesn't even have time to actually raise their kid. No, something really demented is happening and no one has words for it. And then some middleman idiot is also just like fucking with you. Yeah, it's like a different version of that last generation theory. But a last generation theory, they wanted to bring about the end of the world. Nothing was worth saving. And they don't want things to get better because then it'll seem like, oh no, we shouldn't have done that. An alternative is like, no, we're just going to raise the kids how we want them. Period. Like, and everyone got 20, 30 years left to do that, so yeah, in some sense, I never stood a chance. There was nowhere on Earth I could have gone. I didn't have money to, like, sequester myself. How was I gonna meet, like, a genuinely good match that I felt like I was in love with, who loved me back? And then you're supposed to go, like, yeah, even, like, having to raise a kid outside of society would fuck with, like, raising the kid. Yeah, what, you're trying to make the kid really smart and stuff. Yeah, okay, it's like everyone else is gonna speak another language that the kid is an outsider to. Because they didn't just grow up with other kids. With any sense of, like, family, community, memories, that kind of childhood. Like, that has, like, a psychological effect. Because you're so bent on controlling all the inputs and outputs. Like, yeah, what is going to be more important? I mean, I think it's important the kid knows as much as you could ever teach him. But it's also important that they have a lot of, like, social memories. Well, if something is negative, that you taught them skills to, like, deal with a negative situation. That is, like, okay, how do we handle what happened? Whatever the fuck it is. No matter whatever the fuck it is. Oh my god. Yeah, I feel attacked. And then immediately, like, had to... Don't breathe in whatever the fuck they're doing. It's like someone is trying to now hurt you again because you yelled. I mean, they're just fucking monsters. You just deliberately tried to fake, like, a gunshot. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, my brain is... I assume they're always fake. Because they did it a million goddamn times. What, you want to pretend that desensitized somebody? It's not better. You're making people stupid. it sounds like the fucker is still outside, or somebody's screwing around with something. And yeah, now that sounded like it was upstairs. And a sound I have not heard coming from upstairs before. Oh, isn't it funny? It's like it's coordinated in and outside of the building. No, it's not. And it's not funny that if I ask for camera checks, they don't see anything. And it's not funny that you could say something in a court of law and it didn't matter. And no, none of it's fucking funny. No, it's not funny to feel like there's a circle of people that can't possibly represent everybody. Just a matter of logic. And that they think they're doing weird shit with you to do something else. And it's just fucking wrong-headed and mean and dumb. And when they fail, you'll get dragged down with whatever the fuck they were doing. I've never been to a Bernie rally. The fuck? See, that again with the like... Somebody saying they bumped into me in a Bernie rally and now something blah blah blah. I've never been to a Bernie Sanders rally. I saw it on the news, the thing where the bird landed on the podium. I had to go to work. It was never even a consideration that I would go to, like, a thing. I've been to the rally to restore sanity that I just talked about in DC in 2010. That is, like, the only political... I never got to go to Occupy Wall Street. I just learned about it. Yeah, there were, like, 2 or 3... Black Lives Matter protests, but there was more like a walk. They have like a route downtown. You do the same route. See, my voice is already fucked up just from that. Anyway, so you do a route downtown. It was just walking. There was no tear gas. There were no cops. There was no like... Yeah, in a sense, you could have said it was a perfect protest. People stopped and they gave speeches. We held candles. Like, no one lit anything on fire. You're right, there was a dumpster pushed in front of the Max train at one of the things. And then people closed the lid and pushed it back. That was it. Like, even then the Max train operator was like, oh, it's okay, I get paid by... the hour or something. Like, they didn't even give a fuck. And it was like a joke. And then I remember the people I was with said they wanted to leave, so we left. And then the rest of the people continued walking up the street or something. Yeah, no, I didn't see who lit the thing on fire. Like... even, you know, it just seemed very mundane. It didn't seem like a health hazard. It just was like, maybe not the best idea. I wasn't a big fan of fire then, but now it's like really not a good idea. It's as if I've been attacked for years on end just to like make me feel how much it's not a good idea. Yeah, as if to punish me for something other people fucking did that I would not do. I would love to slam your fucking head over and over again into something for doing this to me. There's definitely someone just being like deliberately loud outside. Well, I feel threatened and I don't want them to start doing something else. Fucking asshole. No, that should just like, it's like it gave me a headache. Just getting upset that much. These people are good, they're fucking physically killing me and I can't seem to find a way to prove it to like a camera. Yeah, the only reason why I don't have an audience on my fucking Twitch is because you put me behind like some kind of demented firewall and the only people left are goddamn terrorists. That go around prowling and being dickheads to people. You took away anybody that would have given a shit about what I had to say. By consensually speaking on, like, you know, I didn't even do this before the first time they tried to evict me. I wasn't just streaming every single day trying to, like, make sure there was something I said that I recorded somewhere. It was more like, practicing what I wanted to say to my own personal recordings, but it wasn't like this. This became like a desperate effort to survive. And then by the looks of it, I wasn't even streaming out for a year of the streaming I did. Yeah, if there was something before like November of 2024, someone was like stalking me in my home. If there's a camera angle other than the one like directly in my face right here, tap, 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 like, that's not my camera. Someone like stuck a camera in my room or something. I don't know what the fuck bullshit they could have done, but like, no, you can fuck yourself. Well, yeah, was I just used as a giant distraction for a bunch of idiots? When are you gonna, like, care and stop them? They're gonna end up killing me, and then you're gonna pretend you gave a shit? No one should ever get money over my life. Like, they did not give a fuck about me. That got recorded. Oh, even if it was a real trash pickup, it takes 5 seconds and they leave. Doesn't take a half an hour. I want them to go the fuck away. What, is this all you got? Like, trying to run a girl over with your stupid fucking truck? Die somewhere, you piece of shit. Why don't you go to your house and die in it? In fact, like, you have somewhere to live. Get away from me. Yeah, fuck, I could have said the most, like, important shit for 7 hours, and it gets dissolved into some asshole terrorizing you. Again, people deliberately manipulating the law isn't the law. People deliberately setting you up to be some kind of fucking story isn't lawful shit. Get the fuck away from me. There can never be a sense of justice. You fucking did this to me. Just predator land. I know it has all the energy of, like, Man, it really sucks here. Maybe you should go someplace else.
Murdered today. It was just on like TikTok, so it's not a big deal. But like they were
Right, can you just relax? Is there really no awareness in their mind? They go into robot mode. They literally just said, I don't care.
Every day. How the do you do this every day? You're killing my neighbors. You're stealing my neighbors. What the man? Can I go check a pole? No. Back up now. I'm a physician.
Listen, we understand. We got EMS coming. I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor. You caught your butter in the face. You killed my neighbor. How do you show up to work every day? How the do you do this every day? You're killing my neighbors. You're stealing my neighbors. What the man?
Hope the asshole overheard that. is the garbage collection a tool of the police? By deliberately having some garbage truck drivers fuck with you, and then you'd have to complain about it to somebody, and then if the police take over the garbage truck situation, yeah, all the demented things that they can do to somebody they don't like, and then it just gets blamed on garbage collection. I mean, they were making my room smell like trash for how long? They could just never pick it up. They could just, go banging shit outside somebody's house. They can deliberately smash glass. They can do, like, they showed me a whole menu of fucked up things that they can do just with the garbage collection. Right, and something, like, I'm trying to, like, you bitching about it, unfortunately, just ends up giving more power to police that are gonna use it illegally to screw with people. Right, because there's places where there aren't unhoused people, but everybody gets garbage pickup. So if they're faking being unhoused and doing different things, the garbage truck driver angle is like, hasn't this been a theme my whole life? My dad used to go through the garbage and get stuff. I've never been, like, too good to get something out of the trash. Almost all my furniture came from, like, it was set on the side of the road, or it was trash, or, like, someone was getting rid of it. I've gotten sick a couple times. Yeah, there's that. Like, breaking out in hives. From a chair my dad got out of the garbage. I don't know if my sister got that couch from a trash thing or something, but yeah, same, broke out in hives. In a way, I have never broken out in hives since. So I don't even know what it was that, like, yeah, a giant bear my dad found on the side of the road. He had a friend that ran, like, a shop that sold stuff that would have otherwise been in the trash. I had a friend that was a freegan. They go through garbage to, I wonder if it's on. I mean, and that's also, like, you know what restaurants or grocery stores throw shit away and when, and, like, you just let it dump out onto the ground. That seems like... Oh, yeah, exactly. And then you talked about feeding people with it. Why would you... Right, no, I do get the concept. Dude, the thing grows in dirt. Why are you scared of dirt? Because it's, well, that's not just dirt, soil. It's like gasoline that leaked out on the ground at some point, and it's a dog that took a shit, and it's like, I don't know, not just dirt. Where the fucking truck is parked. Like, will we wash it off? Yeah, again, like, what, you're scared of a fruit fly? There's, like, bugs in nature, dumbass. I'm aware. I grew up in the woods. Like, yeah, what you really don't want are, like, maggots. Right. You know. Right, there was actually a lady that was, like, deliberately doing composting, and that was, yeah, the maggots are for breaking stuff down. You wouldn't want maggots and stuff that you're gonna eat. Right, that does look bad with all the bugs in that dumpster, but... Yeah, you don't even know about where the fucking food comes from that gets processed into shit. Right, and she's like, I have so much free food. Like, say whatever you want. They just ate for free. Yeah, that's true. I hope there's not other shit in that dumpster that, like... I guess that the point of them dehydrating everything, it could kill, like... Yeah, we ate for like a year because someone put a bag of potatoes in the kitchen. Like, that was the only food we had. Like, too bad no one was just like, here's the food pantry. Like, I guess they probably thought we were stupid or something. Yeah, it is more fun when you can make a video. Like, I'm gonna do this big task. I'll record the whole thing. It's, you know. Latkes. Bottle of Kraken. That looks like someone got evicted. Right, there was a video of like, you know, some days you'd spend your life collecting stuff in your house and then you die and people go through all your stuff. I might have missed it. It feels like too far back. Why are there sirens? Oh my god, why are people this kind of like person? It's a form of like neurodivergence. And you know, like neurodivergence can mean really cool stuff, and neurodivergence can mean like, oh my god, don't go this way. Like, but a healthy mind, no, don't say that, because then it sounds like diverging from some centered concept of a mind. Well, I don't want to just say he's mentally ill, because not all mentally ill people will do what he does. I don't want to say he's some form of autism, because, like, autist, it's the same thing as choosing the word neurodivergent. It could mean so many things. But, like, as if he's been imprinted with just, like, a script, and he's gonna repeat it, and there's no sense in it. And you've heard it before, and it's like something just really sad happening, and whatever made you this way, I know I don't want that in my water. Like, I just... Homosexuals, atheists, potty mouths, drug users, Muslims, transgender people, baby killers. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, Jesus really needs to show up and tell this guy to go fuck himself. I'd like... You did not understand a goddamn thing Jesus ever did to your own mythology. Like, you don't make sense, bro. Oh, yeah, all that shit about Jesus, love your neighbor. I guess, you know, their neighbors weren't everything on your list, but you don't make sense. And then, like, who are you really doing this for? You know, you like your pastor that much, go suck his dick. Like... Yeah, did you fuck up something and you think you need to get, like, extra credit? I just... There's something more to it, where that guy is not a good person. I mean, this is literally a hate crime. what he's doing is a hate crime. And, like, why the fuck won't you call it that? It's just bullshit. It's abusive bullshit. This is so cool. It really, like... Right, there's that. I just said, I mean, there's enough people to make it look like not everybody's gone. Oh my god. I don't know, it seems like I don't know enough about the culture to fully understand why they did that. But someone had a good point that was not, it was like a, how did she put it? Well, it wasn't like a peaceful silence. It was like a protesting silence or something. Yeah, like something horrible is happening. This is horrible. Right, it was like, they walked all the way to, she said, they walked all the way to DC and had nothing to say. There is a... Oh... What do I think about it? I mean, you showed a presence that you don't see every day. It's kind of a reminder of the diversity of the country. Yeah, like I said, I don't fully understand the context that they were walking. If it was just like spiritual practice, like, you know, like doing a Mecca pilgrimage, that's the word. Like, or if it was meant to be like sending a message, or yeah, if the goal was more to walk really far, or if it was to say something, I don't know. The idea of peace being that we got everybody to shut up is never gonna be like a happy, good concept. And then someone, yeah, it's like killing the patient to cure the illness. Oh yeah, you really fixed it. I mean, if that was like the memo, it makes me mad. And then someone says, we brought peace. this lady. Yeah, yelling obviously fucked up. Like, I feel it. Yeah, somebody's goal was to silence me. They cut down my strength. They cut down my ability to even literally speak. Fuck what they like. My back is starting to hurt. Oh my fucking god. A symbolic action signifying the world is currently out of balance. Well, yeah, what if COVID was about collecting, certain people and they're gone now and you're kind of left in an aftermath that, like, just wants to get on with their lives. You weren't chosen by the extraterrestrials to live on Venus, so get over it. Like, they have done so many fucked up things to so many people. feel like it's trying to make me watch the fucking video. And I don't want to watch somebody get murdered. It's like they tried to do that a couple, not that they tried it, but a couple, just around the holidays, they had a home invasion thing with the UPS guy, and the woman is screaming. It hurt. Like, I couldn't watch that. I don't want to watch that. I don't want to be desensitized and thick-skinned enough to fucking watch that. I don't want to be. It's really disgusting. Yeah, they made me all tired and quiet. I don't know who these people fucking are. Well, that's my dad. But my own Facebook became like completely irrelevant to me. Stupid. guess that's the closest. Why is the OK sign there? I think I should try to get some sleep. Universal humanites, everything is bullshit. Such. I better be able to talk tomorrow when I wake up. Should I try to take a Goosefrin again? Is that gonna help your fucking vocal cords? Sucks. Yeah, why do I even have any sense of calm? Because I submitted motions. I don't even really understand what. But yeah, that's why. I am terrified. There is no, like... Yeah, you fucked with me because you wanted to keep your own power somehow, and you expected me to make some, like, arguments that made you keep your own power or some shit. Like, you're gonna sit in here and you're gonna fucking get assaulted, and then you're gonna have all these things to say about why you shouldn't have been assaulted. Yeah, that we got everybody else to run away in fear because they fucked up real bad, and they're not gonna wanna even acknowledge that this ever happened because they fucked up real bad. And you're gonna be saying the same shit the rest of your life and never letting it go. Almost like even proves somehow that you were like a victim of a situation that is unjustified, and they're gonna keep trying to pretend it never happened. And yeah, you're right. Always remember, I'm not the only one. I'm never like, oh, COVID happened and I'm a victim of all of the, like, there's millions of people that would be saying the same shit if they could. Maybe they did something so they can't. Right, like, yeah, COVID happened and they'd be saying something, but then they went and they got manipulated during a protest, and now they don't want to acknowledge 2020. Or they would be saying something too. But it, like, that was all like 2020 stuff. I don't know, just a guess. That's why I'm trying to say it like it's like 2020 was planned. All the way, like, COVID, protests, wildfires is like all of 2020. Yeah, no one's fucking talking about the wildfires. How many people displaced? And it's like 40,000 just were evacuated. 500,000 were in a warning area. 11 people died. Burned 1 million acres and 4,000 homes. So yeah, 4,000 people lost their fucking home. Did they ever get a new one? Did they end up in Portland and have been homeless in Portland since 2020 or something? Like, is anybody keeping track to even ask? And that's just Oregon stuff. Like, 2020 started with wildfires in Australia. Remember? You know, like, I want to say remember as if, like, 30 million people were displaced. A record 55 million by the end of the year. I think this shit was like a dominoes set up a long time ago. And the point was for people to get caught up in it. Yeah, and you can ask, by who? Who is still around and seems powerful? Maybe they're puppets, someone standing behind them that's the one that's really did this, and they just... Well, because, yeah, there's always that consideration. Don't just say it's who's ever the politician you see on TV. That person could have been, like, a really legitimate human rights activist, for example, and then they got, like, commandeered. And the really powerful, you never know their fucking names. You never saw their fucking face. Like... But, I mean, I would guess that they'd still be alive. Unless, you know, they did this on the way out. Like... Yeah, literally took a space shuttle to Mars, and they were more developed there than you ever learned, because as far as you learned, that's not something that would, like, help. My back is funny, and it's scaring me. I'm worried there's something wrong with it. I did have, like... You know, I can feel it in my throat, like I'm thirsty. I feel, like, dehydrated. And before I was yelling, like, I've had a lot of sugar that I don't normally have. This... Which is not what I wanted to buy. Yeah, it's... I'm sorry. It's distracting and, like, oh. Something's weird with my back. But yeah, you do COVID, and then the 14 million, and then the police. Well, that's a good one, I guess. And then, god damn it. And then the police. Like, if you're gonna show it in quick succession, yeah, download this 5 seconds of your life. Someone slamming shit outside. I don't care because I think I have analyzed the situation enough. I mean, this is from the perspective I was given. If there's something I don't know happened, that's its own, like, oh, none of you knew about this other thing that happened? Yeah, they didn't tell us. It didn't become news in the news or social media or somehow, like, never heard it happened. And that would mean something. But based on what I, like, have heard happened, COVID, brutality, wildfires. And it's not to say that other things after weren't some kind of, like, orchestrated situation, but that seemed very, like... But yeah, after that, things start to feel more and more loosely... And then, yeah, they were talking about baby formula for, like, months. And then, at some point, the Ukraine-Russian conflict, they weren't willing to call it a war. And then Palestine. And then it's been, like, 2 years of Palestine that they, like, sort of just stopped talking about. Going back to Epstein again. Epstein comes up, like, every 3 months or something. Yeah, well, they don't talk about protesters or where they are now or tear gas or... Oh, ICE. Right, ICE and immigration... Yeah, the conversation definitely shift from police to it's ICE. Those are the bad cops. Those are the worst. Yeah, as if everybody said, why don't you just hate those guys? Like... Well, and you're... Again, this isn't really my opinion. It's like, that's what the news said. I don't control the narrative of the planet. Like, this is the story that's being told. You want to say something, but, like, don't be mad at me. Like, yeah, it's not my narrative or the way that I would have, like... I feel like they could tell more things every day. And it's suspicious what wasn't said for months at a time, and then they come back around to it, and what's never said at all. Yeah, homelessness comes up, like... I guess they talked about fentanyl for a few months. A year... And they kind of, like, stopped. It feels bogus. It almost feels like you invented a drug. I mean, I know the drug was invented in, like, the 50s by what became Johnson & Johnson. Like, before it was Johnson & Johnson, and then they, like, bought the guy and absorbed the company, whatever. Like, it was invented, like, forever ago. Trying to create this story where it was like a drug coming from other countries and was almost like its own weird, like, immigration thing. Yeah, and wanting to, like, have a big bad. And everybody can be really scared of it. They would say that, like, you could die from, like, someone using it around you. Like, it, like... Yeah, I feel like it definitely turned into somebody's little dare pogrom. Yeah, we like got left at the mercy of really conservative. I mean, in some sense, it should be seen as a hate crime, maybe discrimination. Like the you never let the times change. If it had been 20 years ago, you'd say the same fucking shit about weed. Sure, yeah, that or the idea of like, oh, it was supposed to figure out. Like, people that knew it was dumb would know it was dumb. And people that, like, it was just to figure out who was really conservative. That or no, you got left in the hands of very conservative people that, like, wanted to, yeah, not just, like, change anybody, but wanted to filter the generations. Like, I don't know. I'm figuring it out as I'm sitting here. I don't fucking know. I feel like like if I had to just base it on how I was raised, like how I was raised was conservative. And I was not a conservative. I have never been a conservative. Someone might call me a goody two shoes and associate that, but like no, I was never up anybody's ass. Yeah, no, see, that's different. What, since the 5th grade? Yeah, I had it well established. I don't want to be a snitch. I don't want to be a fucking, like, tattletale. You know, like, at 5th grade. And people would tell on each other in the student home I lived in. Like, it meant the house parents were gonna love you more. You know, and it's just sad. Like, but we were all, like, that's elementary school. We were in fucking elementary school. Like, who the fuck cares now? But it's a matter of, like, you know, so it was ingrained almost immediately. Like, you don't want to be that kind of person. And I would think that person is, like, conservative. That's what I would think is conservative. They're up everybody's ass to try to, like, monitor their life and make them live a certain way, and they don't just let you live your own life. They don't accommodate. It's not about freedom, it's about do as I say. Follow my rules. Do, like, or else. And yeah, if a law isn't worth following, it's like it's not lawful. They could make slavery legal again. That doesn't mean that that's lawful. Who cares about your stupid fucking rules? If they're unjust, and yeah, what the fuck? It was a world of, like, keeping your shirt tucked in, or you lose a merit. Of having to clean, not just clean, but clean in a certain way every single day, without complaints, without talking back, without sucking your teeth, without, like, being angry about it. And, you know, your life was, if you lose merits, you don't get to watch TV or talk on the phone or, like, someone is making my room smell like pot again. Yeah, there was no drugs. There was no alcohol. There were no cigarettes. There was no, like, it had a zero tolerance policy. Like, is that why you're blowing smoke into my fucking room? Get the fuck away from me. Yeah, if they had their way, would they have tried to make everybody fucking straight edge? You didn't see the house parents partake in anything. You didn't hear stories about them like, oh, at New Year's we have champagne. Like, it was not said. And my dad couldn't drink because of his medication. There was no alcohol at my dad's house or something. There were no drugs. Cannabis or otherwise, there's nothing. I keep saying, like, you need to stick, like, a circle of movies around some documentary about MHS. And then ask me, like, what they were trying to turn the world into. Yeah, all these interpretations of what a real life is. So what should you expect? No, fuck you. Cannabis is medicine. I can't wait till they prove that it extends your lifespan, so you were also literally, like, murdering people that could have easily been helped by something that grows all over the planet. Like, selfish fucking asshole. Stupid pharmaceutical company. What? They gave me a name. Instead of letting me pick my own. Oh my god, why is it, like, stupid? That tutorial thing is stupid. I think there's a glitch. This is really stupid to get, like, fixated on. Here's really important stuff. Let me get, like, worked up about it. Nine 972-911. Is there any chance there are some cops that work in certain fields and they're like, you know, not the same police, but then they're gonna go and like fuck with you or something because like they see themselves as a big blob? And what, you don't give a shit about people getting their ass kicked? Yeah, you had to come up with some excuse in your mind that you thought what they did to Portland was okay. I don't see how you could have, like... I literally just did this so I could vote for the fucking Lego thing, or the Twilight Zone Lego set. It's calling me Prince Handsome Toxikita on my phone. I don't even see it. On here the same way. There. Jeez. There's an astronaut. That one. I don't know if it won't save it with the person. There you go. Sick. Okay, Jesus. Like, that does feel so shallow to be like... That's not my name. Right. Right. I mean, it's like, oh, isn't it funny? We did something genuinely, like, it really is a big fucking deal. And we're just gonna pretend it's not as a joke forever. Ha ha, ha ha ha. We kind of, because we want people to act crazy and pop off. It somehow validates all the fucked up shit we ever did. Why would we want people to be happy? We fucking hated them, so let's just make everybody crazy and mean, and maybe we'll get money out of it. Right. Some crap. Right, when someone figures out exactly who the people were that did all the fucked up shit, let me know. Like, oh, now I feel scared to turn the fucking recording off, so. You know what? I'm just gonna start a new stream and sleep.